Welcome back, guys, to the Beyond Condition podcast. Tom, you are back on the pod. Big Tom, my coach, and it's been a while, but we are going to kick off the first part of the TREN Tales. So this episode in itself is going to be a mixture of guests that I've had on in the past and their own experience with TREN. Now, essentially, you know my mission, Tom, to bring personal anecdote and potentially things that aren't spoken about in the industry as much as they could be, to help the listeners, or maybe for the females listening, if their partner was to use TREN, actually what that might look like from being on the receiving end of having your partner taking TREN. We're going to talk about all the different experiences. So until recently, it had been a while since you'd used TREN, right?
Yeah, so I mean, traditionally it's in like a prep scenario, right? And I think, maybe early on when you start getting into physique development, it's like you get things that called like RIP blend or mass blend, right? Injectables. And so you've got like a mass blend is normally like test and deca, and a RIP blend will be test, mast, and TREN. So you'd ask the bigger boy in the gym, about gear, and they'd be like, well, what do you want to do? The bigger boy also probably sold gear. What do you want to do? I want to get shredded. They'd be like, right, you want this RIP blend. So you're just casually using something that's like really neurotoxic. You don't really know how to dose. They'll tell you take 1 ml of this a week, something like that, which actually generally tends to be quite reasonable dosing of TREN. It's when they start obviously doing more than that, and it escalates quite quickly. It's not like some of that incremental increases in testosterone, like 200 to 300 milligrams. You probably wouldn't feel significant. You wouldn't see significant side effects. But if you doubled went from 100 milligrams to 200 milligrams of Trenbolone, you'd see like really profound physiological effects. They're quite insidious as well, because I think you have to be very dialed into your awareness and behaviors to understand that they've shifted, right? So I think like the classic ones like increased irritability, but I never really found that. Actually, I found like more increased focus, but almost like selfishness. It was like my priorities for the day, my non-negotiable, that everything kind of like dialed up. So like something that's really important to me, like contribution to others, was kind of like wound right down, and that kind of stuff. Mini cut now, and it's the first time it's gone in since 2021. Actually, 2021, Joe picked up with me because I was working with somebody else. Joe picked up with me when I went to stay with him. I arrived, was just going to stay a few days before my show in the pandemic, and they pushed it back 3 weeks. I was trapped, like, what did they make you do? Quarantine. So I was living with Joe and Jazz for like 4 weeks, and I wasn't feeling too well. I'd been in prep for a very long time, just trying to get on stage. This kind of like, I should have quit this 4 months ago, but like the carrot was just dangling. Oh, there'll be a show in 2 weeks. Oh, there'll be a show too. I can hang on. And it being like fucking 8 months long. So sort of like fucking, rolled into Joe's already pretty like fucked up. And he was like, yeah, it's like beyond this dose, you're just going to see like neurological, behavioral side effects, but not really any benefit. This misunderstanding that it's like a superb anabolic for muscle growth or something. And it's not. It's like, it's good for muscle sparing. And the dose is quite low for that. And then beyond that, that's where you get all these side effects. So it's like, this like standard protocol of like 300 milligrams a week in prep or something. It's maybe 3 times more than you need if you're a big boy. You might only need 50 milligrams a week. And then it's like, okay, what was it really originally used for? It was like to increase feed efficiency in cattle. And they give a 500 kilo cow 100 milligrams of Trenbolone with estrogen, admittedly. So someone's doing 700 and they weigh 100 kilos, so it's okay. I know that milligram per kilogram dosing and stuff like that's probably it's not a great model, but it's a model. It gives you some kind of context and framework. So if you can just look at that and go, I'm not a 500 kilo cow, right? And also I'm not necessarily trying to increase my feed efficiency. So just that tells you it's good for like nutrient partitioning you know, muscle sparing effects and stuff like that. So you could just dial it down. So I probably don't need that much. And then, yeah, I suppose the side effects are like, I notice it most with like restless sleep. Even, to be fair, even at that like 100 milligram a week dosing, I notice like, and my resting heart rate creeps up like 10 points. So off 100 milligrams of TREN, it's clearly a systemic stressor. So maybe used for acute periods with like aggressive dieting, or when you're getting very lean and you're at that kind of risk of losing muscle, maybe it has an application. But I'm still not convinced that it's necessary.
Yeah,
to be honest,
people tend to, like you say, there potentially maybe 6 weeks out from a show, you might implement it, right?
Yeah, and again, like when we talk about like the return on your investment, so like, are you, you know, are you doing this like pro level? Like, are you an elite? Is that absolutely necessary for you know, to make that small amount of difference between you beating somebody else who's genetically elite, or, you know, is bodybuilding a hobby and you'd like to compete and you enjoy competing? Why make yourself feel shit? Why make it harder in a way, in like to maybe not have a substantial cosmetic outcome? I'm not saying you might not lose a little bit more muscle tissue in the process of dieting, but will you really diet that hard? You know, are you actually dieting down to, you know, that kind of like pro standard conditioning? A lot of the amateurs seem to achieve better conditioning than the pros, and natural bodybuilders achieve better conditioning than enhanced bodybuilders a lot of the time.
Said there about restless sleep, you know, we know the importance of sleep, and I think that can often be overlooked. And in a prep scenario, sleep is affected anyway. So if that then got worse by potentially adding TREN, could that then, you've almost got that, well, would that then affect the physique more if it has more impact?
Right. Yeah. So I'm doing something that compromises my recovery capabilities is normally a bad thing, right? Yeah. Normally a bad thing. So is that line, like I keep an eye on it. Like we've gone in this week, and currently my sleep rating still, I use that Oura ring, still like that 90 mark. If I have a bad night, it's this week, I had one bad night, it's just because like my girlfriend got a bad shoulder and she was super restless.
Yeah.
So that disturbed my sleep. So otherwise I've been sleeping just fine. So again, I'm a bit bigger this time around. So 120 kilo, I'm on 100 milligrams. So that's less than a milligram per kilogram. Okay, I seem all right at the moment. I think it probably accumulates as well as a systemic stressor, like all systemic stressors do. So I think exposure time is probably quite important. And I know that we'll only diet for 4 weeks, and I'm halfway there already after a few days. So it's like, yeah, maybe in a prep context, it'd be like that back end 4 to 6 weeks. It might be worthwhile putting in if you're going to use it. But maybe the duration shouldn't be longer than that. I don't think the dosing needs to be, for the majority of people, I don't think the dosing needs to be more than 50 milligrams. And I think off that, you're probably not going to suffer. But then, well, let's talk about what happens when you do more than that, because that's probably what most people resonate with. So my first coaching experience was like, you'll take your 200 milligrams of testosterone, and then you'll pick your other anabolic, and the choice is Trenbolone or Nandrolone, right? And I'm like, well, I know that DECA's like, you're dead puffy and fat and shit, but I didn't know about angiotensin receptor blockers then, or managing fluid or blood pressure or anything like that. And then that dose would escalate with food, which isn't, if it wasn't for TREN, it's probably reasonable when you're trying to gain size. So first of all, I'm using anabolic. It's not very good for using putting on size. Then comes with a lot of side effects. That's a really poor choice. And then it's escalating over time, which if it was a more benign anabolic like Primobolan or Masteron, you probably get away with. I mean, it'd be like smart to not start on a gram, but actually as food creeps up, the gear creeps up over time up to a peak dose. That's what Joe does with me. And then have some downtime, right? So anyway, escalation was fairly rapid, and it was up to 1,000 milligrams of Trenbolone, right? And I felt pretty awful. I was gassing, like cardio was like, can you imagine trying to get heavier with it? Like Trenbolone seems to affect cardiovascular capabilities quite aggressively, but that amount. So I was struggling to breathe. I was very uncomfortable, and then like the sexual dysfunction was awful.
Talk
Because
about
like
that. That's interesting, actually. Talk about
right, so
context.
I think I wouldn't have had any blood work or anything at the time, right? So I can't. So we're talking like maybe a little bit theoretical. But the libido is like rampant. So you're talking like you'd have like chronic erections or something, like you'd wake up in the night with them or something like that. And then what's interesting is I suspect this is like a result of it. It tends to drive prolactin up. Really high prolactin's got some interesting side effects. So really suboptimal for anything. But like loss of motivation, drive, energy levels. And then the erectile dysfunction type ones is rather than not being able to achieve an erection or something like that, which is clearly profoundly not an issue, not being able to do much about it, because you get into the realms of anorgasmia. So you literally can't come. So it'd be like a frustrating endeavor to have sex, because you're heavy, your cardiovascular function is massively compromised. Even like going for a walk, you can't achieve climax. But you're horny as fuck. So I mean, come on. I mean, so this is going to be like very frustrating for you and for your partner or something like that. So yeah. Anyway, that coaching relationship ended, and I obviously, I think I told you about that. That wanted to diet. Obviously, I wasn't feeling very well after that. And then it was like, okay, we'll just use only Primobolan, no testosterone. But that was much more moderately dosed. I think it was like 700 milligrams a week. Just to start. I mean, I was just starting out doing bodybuilding. This is my first experience of coaching.
Oh, right at the start.
And I think calories had been up at like, I mean, obviously I'd done like years of just normal training in the gym and everything. But so that was that. So no testosterone, still not going to be great. And the calories had been about 7,000. So then it was like text, and it was like, right, just for simplicity, we'll go down to 1,000 grams of protein a day.
What?
And I was like, I mean, I tried. I got to like 700 grams on the first day, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm not going to do this. That coaching relationship ended because it was clearly a bit ridiculous, actually. Like even at a point, as a client, like you don't know, right? But like I'm not feeling good, and then and then I'm like 1,000 grams of protein, and I'm like, let's not do this. A little while later, I started up with Joe, and we've been learning ever since, and things have changed. I mean, that was 5 years ago, so things have been changing over time. We never really used Trenbolone at all. And as I say, it was only in my 2021 prep. And I think I'd said then I didn't want to use it at all. And yet still people don't listen. It goes in, okay, I'm going to follow my coach. And I think when I arrived with Joe, it was like 300 milligrams. I wasn't feeling too well and everything. And he put it down to 100 and I felt loads better. It was only 4 weeks and then it was out. Now we've just reintroduced it. So yeah, what I can say with it is like, there's definite like psychological effects that are even noticeable on these kind of like lower end doses, but I think they're like tolerable. And I think awareness there is probably key. And I've had chats with my mates, like, don't ever start a relationship when you're on TREN. Be careful of your decision making when you're on TREN. Sense check your behavior and your thinking when you're on TREN, because I think you're just more prone to being like, I mean, we're hormonal animals more than we want to think. I do think that lends itself to like short-termist thinking, short-termist decision making, generally behavior that doesn't elevate yourself. So 100 milligrams a week for me this week 1. So we'll see how I get on so far. But again, I trust Joe, and at the end of the day, like I want to have a really successful competitive year next year. So I think it's important now. It's a 4-week mini cut. I think I'll be able to decide by the end of this 4 weeks if this is acceptable for me to use in the running for a show or not. And that's, but I don't accept anything that will affect my relationship or my ability to contribute to others or anything like that. So it goes back to value set. If I'm going to use TREN, think about the impact. Well, I mean, all decisions with bodybuilding, but maybe this particular drug, think about that impact on others. And also really reflect on what it was like last time you used it and swore never to use it again, and then forgot how bad it was and got kind of enticed back into it because of all the mythology around it. And it is mythology, right? You can achieve probably the same cosmetic look by popping a few Winstrol, you know, in your peak week.
I would say as well, you know, like what you said there, you trust your coach. So this is certainly a message, as you know, that I always get across on the pod. Choose a coach, maybe research them, have several consults, whatever. But if you're going down the use of PEDs, I would say ensure that they know what they're talking about, that you can ask questions, and that, you know, maybe you're not in a position like you are now, and actually you don't really know what to be aware of. So ask about side effects.
Yeah. But Joe's always been really good about educating me along the way. Probably where most of my understanding of PDs, like growth around that, has come from, like being mentored by him. So he hasn't just given me protocols for 5 years. Like I've learned a lot. You know, I know that I can always ask him, and I know that I can say no. Yeah. Maybe like, yeah. And I know that he's always got my, like, I've just had my best blood work back ever. You know, and it's like, this man's looking after me on a fundamental level. So regardless of my physique goals, he's not going to compromise my health for that, you know. And we talk about risk and reward and all of that kind of stuff. I'm like, I'm healthier than I've ever been, and I'm at my heaviest, I'm at my best body composition, I'm going on the trajectory I want to go. So, you know, I think he's the one person I would listen to. You always have to make up your own mind. You always have to challenge. But yeah, it's certainly, and again, somebody that's saying to you, take less than that. If you're going to, you know, like, that's usually a good thing.
Yeah, yeah.
And I would imagine that given where I'm at and where I want to go and everything, like, there's a little bit of a different sort of model for me. I would imagine that anyone that's just generally doing lifestyle or anything like that, I can't speak for him, but I bet that there's no Trenbolone in the average mini cut for somebody who's not planning to go on, you know, big IFBB stages next year.
It's also, like you said, you know, when you talk about risk and reward, what level are you pursuing this to? Have you got the potential to push up that high, like an IFBB stage? And then the risk versus reward ties into that, right? Like, okay, so can I be 2%, 1% better than who I'm competing against? Okay, I will go down that route. But if you know the side effects, you have a good coach. Of course, it's informed.
Yeah, there might be good practice to attempt to present your best ever physique without Trenbolone and achieve that.
Yeah.
If you then move up a level as a result, maybe that can be a contributing factor to your success at that point. And I know Milos Sarcev talked about, like, with Samson Dowda's progress and like his trajectory and everything like that. He was on one podcast and they were like, what have you done differently this prep? And it was his Arnold prep. He was sort of like, I finally talked him into using TREN. We did like 100 milligrams a week, and I got him up to 200, and I got him up to like 300, and, you know, okay, the sort of the best he's ever looked. So in that context, you got somebody who's like, you know, an elite pro bodybuilder, leveling to best in the world. So, okay, that's a tool that you're not leveraging that might take you there. And is it worth it? You know? So, yeah, probably.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
you know, somebody who hasn't participated in the Mr. Olympia to being in the top 5, was it, in the Mr. Olympia 2 or 6, to this year being talked about as maybe winning the Olympia. He's already won the Arnold Classic. And one of the differences, so time and work and consistency, plus that's probably made a difference in his preps. And I think, well, there's context for you. And if you're not, you're not already maxing out your physique in all variables or anything like that, and maybe it's, I mean, this is just not recreational steroid use. I don't like the idea of recreational steroid use anyway, because it's like more gear than pros are taking to balance out your very poor diet and lifestyle choices and mediocre training. So this is like, that's probably where steroid use is most harmful, is where it's used as a band-aid for not actually ticking any boxes.
Yeah, for sure. I agree totally. People will do that, and that's a personal choice, as we always agree. However, if you're not doing what we call the fundamentals of bodybuilding, and even maybe enjoying it first, and then exploring this journey before going down this route, for most, I would say it's certainly a recommendation. Of course, if you come out the womb as an IFBB pro, perhaps you go on gear straight away, right, when you start as a bodybuilder. But that's when we're talking about the elite.
Yeah. I mean, it's like caveats to everything, personal choice for everything. It's not saying like, if you're, an enthusiastic gym goer, you can't use Trenbolone. But I say that I don't recommend it, because my personal anecdote and experience is that the cost in terms of side effects makes it, for the return, which is probably nothing other than like a transitional cosmetic effect while you're on it. You definitely don't gain anything in terms of like building muscle, right? I definitely believe that it spares muscle when you're in a position where losing muscle can be compromised. But how compromised can you be if you're already doing, like a gram of gear anyway? And definitely my recommendation with dosing is like, just don't bother going above 100 milligrams. All the return is side effects, and there's no additional benefit. So that in itself is just, it's just pointless.
It'll be interesting to see what the other guests say as well, because you've all got different experiences. So of course, time across this podcast is going to be super interesting. I've never done one like this, but
my prediction is that across all of your guests, the general recommendation is going to be along the lines of, don't take Tren.
I mean, I
might get one random Tren enthusiast. But I think most people will understand it as like, it is a tool, and it's a tool that should be used sparingly, and it's a tool that should be used with awareness of the cost and potential side effects. So, reticent use. This will be your most reticent, probably. Yeah.
Why not? Well, thank you for coming back on, and it's been super cool to have you back on the pod, of course, because there are some episodes still available, and Tom has talked about a variety of different things, including coaching me and what we've achieved together. So thank you, big coach Tom, and I will speak to you in about 48 hours.
Namaste.
Namaste. We have Jeff with us, who's been on the podcast twice already, and you've heard a bit about his Tren use, but now we're going to talk about his tales of Tren use as part of this episode with multiple guests on this podcast. So, Jeff, let's go straight in. What is the highest amount of Tren you have utilized?
I like when we begin with deep intimacy to start our conversation, Sarah. It's very nice. Let's see. I've gone as high as I competed back 2023 Masters Nationals, July. I was at 525 a week for that show with no test at 4 weeks out. And I have done as high as 700 milligrams before. So 100 milligrams daily. And no test, and love my life.
Yeah, which is very different to the other guests. So bar you being a phenomenon, do we think that, of course, there is relevance on individual response? Is there anything else that you can think of that would contribute to you being able to tolerate such a high dose and not really have any adverse effects?
Nah, so I've chatted with 𝗪𝗥𝗟𝗗𝗏 before, because he's been on our podcast, and he was like, you just won that 5%, bro. So I will eat it up all day. Tren does not bother me. I prefer a high dose, high test, or low test. I have taken it high TREN, high test, and I just don't like too much test because I get too watery, and I get more lethargic as my test gets above 400 and 500 milligrams. So I don't feel as good on testosterone, and that's even with like a low dose, maybe a Masteron in play. But a lot of the times I don't even run Masteron. I just run straight test if I'm off season. And then in prep, I will drop my test from usually about anywhere from 200 to 300, depending upon where I'm at. I'll drop it straight to 100, and then I'll start introducing TREN at 150 a week, and then start bumping from there.
And how long is that time frame when you're bumping up TREN?
I will start it at 12 weeks out.
Okay.
I'll run it longer than most guys. They're like, now I see about 6 weeks. I'm like, bro, I mean, like, and I've seen my blood work before I start, and I've seen my blood work after it. And my HDL, even with TREN, Anavar, and orals, like before I start, my HDL is like 41, 39 to 41. I've seen it. It's usually tightly woven there. My triglycerides are in the 40s. My LDL is like usually in the 80s. So it's not too bad. I gotta get that 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪 B1, but I'll maybe drop to like 27 by the end of prep. I don't really have any of the blood marker indications or safety indications that people tend to get with high dose TREN.
And do you just use it in a prep scenario or in an off season?
Yeah, I do not. I like it sometimes in off season with competitors if they're younger, and just different scenarios. Like just sometimes people like just a different change. And I've seen that. I'll be like, hey, let's just cruise test for a little bit, come down, and then let's just dump some TREN in and have a little fun. And they're like, oh my God, I love TREN. And we'll just be like, we'll just do it for like 4 weeks and restart. That's maybe the gimmick I'll run with it. But for the most part, I just save it for prep. And I think you can run it longer in prep if you save it like that.
And when we talk about sex drive around TREN, so this is where people notice the differences. Do you notice the difference yourself?
No, it stays pretty much the same. Whether it's very interesting. Like, I mean, maybe revved a little, but I can't say like I'm smelling every pair of panties in the air kind of high. I can say that, it's probably more just like, oh, hey, but no, I don't think. I think my wife would probably be like, yeah, not much of a difference.
And any anger or any like mental health?
No, I'm more chilled on fucking TREN than I am on test. Yeah, she's already seen that before. She'll be like, wow, it's funny you drop the TREN and get more tests, you're more of a dick. And I'm like, oh yeah, but I don't have any of that. Like anyone who's listening now will be like, whatever. And I'll be like, look, man, if you buy the Google Nest Cam, I'll let you watch me sleep. Okay. But yeah, just watch me smoke a bunch of weed before I go to bed. But anyway, I don't have any sleep issues. I don't have any anger issues. I don't have any emotional issues. I've never had any of that with TREN in play, even when it's been with the higher test. I've just never, TREN hasn't done shit to me. Like a couple weeks out from a show, people's sleep were going bad. I can show you aura scores where it's got me like, oh my God, you got amazing sleep last night. I slept like 8 hours straight. Just got up once to piss or something, like that. And I'm like, oh yeah, my prostate's hanging in there too. That's nice, at 43. But nonetheless, I'm an advocate for TREN if you can tolerate it. If I maybe believed in it wholeheartedly, the safety of long-term use, I would honestly, just because I feel better on it, would probably use it more. I just kind of, because part of me is like, well, I mean, it's made for cattle and shit, so maybe not the best, so to ingest all the time. But I don't know if people, I've heard all the horror stories. In the case of one of my friends who does not handle it well, he's just an emotional idiot dipshit anyway. And I think TREN just kind of maybe just flipped that switch to be like, okay, I can be super dipshit now. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm like, all right, well, hey, super dipshit, So I don't know. I've never personally had any of that. I've always slept good on it. I've always trained good on it. I love how my mental clarity is good. I don't know. I have no negatives, folks. Sorry.
Well, I think as well, you said there about it sort of exacerbates potentially personality traits. There's that association with like roid rage, isn't there? If you're an angry person, maybe that exaggerates that.
Yeah, I don't know if I mean, yeah, that would probably be, I mean, like, here's the deal. If two girls were needed to satisfy yourself before testosterone therapy, then it's probably safe to say that you're going to need a third and a fourth if you begin steroids. Probably trend from what I've heard from a lot of guys. Like I think it was 𝗪𝗏𝗪𝗏 put up once on muscular development long ago. Like at 500 milligrams, it's like 2 girls, and at 750, it's like 3 girls, and at like a gram, it's like you don't know any. Or something funny, but it's like true, right? And a lot of guys who have a hard time with telling them with TREN contest prep, I'll be like, hey, put the TREN up high, drop the test down to like base, and see how you feel. A lot of people say they feel better that way. And you know, when you're kind of like, you're just using the gear, in my opinion, when you're competing for a show to hold on to the tissue, right? But TREN's got that little special, you can like put muscle on, drop body fat. Like, I mean, it's nothing for me. And that's like a big reason why I dropped early in prep. It's because I'm not running as much TREN, but then I start holding my weight as I up my TREN and I start recomping harder. And I almost feel like it's a drug that's better used at the, like higher doses at the tail end. And I would argue that rather than all the other weird shit I see people do.
Yeah, well, the things you see people doing in prep, and like you say, horror stories, but it's personal anecdote, right? And this is why I wanted you to definitely be on this episode, because I know that you tolerate TREN very well. So it's going to be a mixed bag, guys. But of course, the TREN tail.
Just take more fucking TREN. Stop the insanity against TREN. TREN's fine. You know, try it in different settings. You know, if you find that you want to, you know, like yell at your girlfriend, maybe your girlfriend's just a bitch and you like don't want to have that conversation beforehand, or maybe, you know, you're a little sensitive asshole and you just need to suck it up when you're on, you know, before you get on TREN. I don't know, but I almost think it's like, look, at the end of the day, if you're going to compete, be a big boy, big girl about it. There's just shit that comes with it. And is it uncomfortable to talk about? Maybe. Is it uncomfortable to go through? Sure is. But at the end of the day, you're putting yourself through this. You're not putting anybody, you shouldn't put anybody else through this but yourself. So grow up a little bit. If you're going to use drug use it responsibly, but don't blame the drug for the problems you had prior to using the drugs.
The TREN, it was not the TREN, Jeff. That's the message.
That never was my case. I mean, no. And that's the funny thing. Both my kids were conceived on TREN cycles.
No way.
Swear. Like, so I joke, I'm like, Keegan, are you like a golden child? Jared's already 6'5". Keegan, what are you going to turn out to be? You know, and I'm like, yeah, my oldest is 6'5" and I'm 5'2". It's fucking hilarious.
And that's all down to the TREN testicle.
I'm gonna go ahead and say TREN. Guys, you want better babies out there? TREN. Like,
well, you know, what an experience. But of course,
follow this asshole for more advice on TREN.
Yeah, and hit this guy up on Instagram. Well, thank you, Jeff, because I can always rely on you for honesty and truthfulness.
I'm not gonna lie about my experience with it. My experience could be different than others, but I'm not gonna lie about mine. It's always good. It's like holding, what was it? Scott Fitzgerald said the first rate of intelligence is the ability to hold two ideas opposing each other and still be okay about it.
Yeah.
That's how I've always been with things in the bodybuilding world. I can hold two ideas about things and still like, okay, just move on.
Well, everyone has ideologies, don't they? But of course, everyone is fucking individual. Let's not forget that.
True, 100%.
Well, thank you, Jeff. This will be in a mix of the other guests, and I will send you the link because I'm sure you'll want to listen to what everyone else has to say.
I'm going to screen record the shit out of him, put all the obnoxious things I said out for clickbait. Add hopefully 100 followers from this one.
Well, why not? Let's go for 150. Thank you, Jeff. You are a legend.
Thank you. Appreciate you having me.
Bye. How could we not have the one and only Dynamite as part of this lineup to talk about the infamous TREN? You've been on the pod before and we've spoken about TREN, of course, and that led me to inviting you on to this one, and it's been wild, especially because Tony Hughes is part of it, right?
Yeah, Tony's an awesome guy, honestly. People think that people see his online personality and they don't realize how he actually is. And people get like weirded out, like he's some like crazy dude. I mean, he's crazy for sure in his own ways, but he's such a great guy, honestly.
I find as well, when I've had him on the podcast, like actually where he's so crazy and he puts out the videos, etc., he explores obviously very high doses, but I feel like in an inadvertent way, it's like actually that's education for our community of things that maybe people don't talk about.
So, and I've messaged Tony, like Tony and I are really cool with each other, but I messaged like text him a few times on the side, be like, yeah, dude, this doesn't make sense. Like, why wouldn't you just do X, Y, and Z? And he's like, that's a really good idea. And the funny thing is he'll do X, Y, and Z afterwards just to try it out, take a little bit of a different spin, different approach. And I would see like the video releasing that he did it. So it was pretty funny. It is exploration. Do I agree with the short-term heavy-duty blast? Doing a heavy-duty blast like that in a short duration of time is, I hate to say, way safer than doing it a long duration of time, but dosing and duration both matter. The question is when does the rubber hit the pavement? And he may never see the rubber hitting the pavement because it's such a short duration of time, which is something that I would actually give credit where credit is due. Mm-hmm. He's also trying to receive the acute benefits out of it right off the rip, which acute benefits are definitely seen. I think we're going to talk about that a little bit during this episode as well on TREN. Because my first cycle ever was TREN. So like, I think if there's one person that can talk about TREN really well, it would be me, in the sense that my first cycle was literally TREN. And I'll talk about like if I would have done it again or not. Tony has definitely helped this community a lot, especially like when he was with his dynamic duo, when they ended up on National Geographic special trafficking.
Everyone's like knows Tony is like almost this childhood like person. They were like, wow, he does steroids.
Yeah, him and Rich Piana actually were the ones that kind of blew the cap off of the entire industry. And I give them a ton of credit for whenever you are talking about, open use and stuff like that. I'm like, it was Tony and Rich. Like, there was no one else out there that was putting out information. The information was good too. It wasn't just bad information. Now, it was only information that we had available, really, unless you're on the forums. And even back then, the forums are very uncommon. But as far as like YouTube, public, general space, there were only two guys doing it, honestly. And then eventually you had Boss and Lloyd that came into the area, all kind of extreme in their own ways, for sure, with their approaches. But needless to say, it definitely helped overall the community out because no one was talking about it. And that's where they got credit. They looked crazy, but what they were doing actually wasn't crazy in retrospect to what a lot of the other guys were actually doing. Like what Boston was saying was very true. So he's one of the guys that blew the cap off of it. And I give a ton of credit where credit's due.
For sure. Actually, you speak about forums as well. I had a guest on not long ago, and he was talking about when he first got into bodybuilding and coaching and competing himself. When he went on forums, that if you put like a question, you get ripped apart and then you'd almost be scared to put a question.
So are you talking about the old school forums back in the day?
Yeah.
I was never a part of them, but in fact, I think it's quite the opposite. Mm-hmm. If you're talking about like in 2010 days, when that was around when it was basically bodybuilding.com or steroid forums, essentially what it was. From my understanding is basically everyone was talking about their protocols very openly. I mean, you had a lot of pro bodybuilders in there, a lot of people that were coaching pros. And that's actually how online coaching became to be, because all these protocols started getting ripped off and sold online. And then they found out all their protocols were getting sent around and they just started charging for online coaching. That's how online coaching came to be. So they were very, very open on the forum, and you could get really good advice from some of these pros. There was one guy on one forum, actually the first guy that gave me advice. And when he broke down that, everyone's on steroids, by the way, that you're looking up to right now. And everyone's on TREN. That's actually what he said. That's why my first cycle was TREN. But true, but not the best advice, but true. Yeah. And there was a guy from the Middle East that was a pro bodybuilder. I never knew the guy's name because he would just talk about it with me. But that's where he was learning a lot of his information. And I was kind of lucky because the information that I originally got was pretty solid information. In fact, I was surrounded by guys that were really good with chemicals. And the knowledge behind the chemicals, the true knowledge behind the chemicals, not just like, take tests and get huge. It was like, look, like they were talking about like receptor density and stuff like that. All these things that people talk about nowadays that you couldn't find anywhere. Like it didn't exist anywhere on the internet that you could find it. Maybe in some medical literature, but it was looking at PubMD back then. No one.
And funnily enough, that leads to your cycle being TREN. And like you say, I mean, we can rely on you for that, David, because you can give us the personal anecdote, which I'm sure you would agree with TREN. Like so many stories come about, right? And this is where I thought of creating this episode. You know, you hear you're angry, your sex drive increases, you get the night sweats, all of these things. And then it's like, is the risk versus reward worth using TREN, and what is the setup around it? So like I said, there's been some wild stories. Now, probably a good place to start would be, what was the dose that you used when you first went in?
Yeah, so the most dose I ever used is the first cycle I ever did with TREN, actually. It was the first cycle I ever did, and it was 500 milligrams. I was lucky I was single at the time. I was very single at the time. It was like tuna sandwich time every single midnight kind of bro. I was in, oh, how old was I? I think I was like 23 years old at the time. I'd been lifting for like 4 or 5 years at the time. And I was getting ready to compete anyways. Didn't run it into the show, but I actually competed naturally at my first show. But needless to say, it was my third shot deep. And I just remember having the needle in my butt, and I was getting injected because I was scared of needles. And I'm like, wow, this is how people hit more home runs. That's so weird. Like, you're putting something in your body and it just makes you better at sports. And I could feel it very fast, like going through my system. It was like, and they were enanthate, they were longer esters, but it was just like dawned on me. Like everything, I was just getting more vascular, and I wasn't naturally vascular. The first vein that I actually had was like through my shoulder naturally anyways, but I started getting veins in my arms and veins everywhere. And I started like feeling like I was almost like tweaking. My energy levels were just so high. I could run on fumes and I'd have enough energy to just keep going. And my recovery time, I didn't get sore. So that was essentially how I got started. But yeah, it was 500 milligrams for my first cycle ever of TREN. It was 250 test, 500 TREN. So it's very counterintuitive to what we hear nowadays is like run your test high and focus on that as your base. Well, I had a test as a base, and I had TREN really as that drug that was my anabolic that I was leaning into. And overseas, if you look at the history of the Middle East and what they were doing over there, it was usually not very high of tests, and it was very high of other androgens. And the reason is these drugs were intended and made to be better at whatever they did better than testosterone. And that was a logic, I'm pretty sure, back then, at least overseas. And that logic is still semi-true today, where overseas, that's kind of what they're doing. Not all the time, but sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes, you know, there is people that respond better to Jeff Black. I don't know if you know who Jeff is.
Yeah.
So he knows Austin as well. And he runs high TREN and low test, but he did say, he was like, my coach says I'm literally like a phenomenon, because he can sleep like a baby. He's, you know, he feels fine. And there is going to be almost genetic individuals, isn't there, where things apply differently?
Yeah, so I always say that like it makes you more of what you are. Take that and multiply that by like 5 to 10 if you run your TREN higher than your test. That's how it felt. But I was naturally a very mellow person. I'm ADHD, but I'm mellow as a personality type. So I would always notice that TREN made me more mellow. And it, from a mechanism action standpoint, actually makes sense. Yeah. At the end of the day, though, it was like jacked up on Mountain Dew, literally that saying. When I took it, I was like wired. I could run off of 2 hours of sleep, because some nights I was bouncing and I had to wake up in the mornings or like afternoon times, and I was like so exhausted, but like my eyes felt like they were cracked out, and I was just ready to go all the time. And I remember hitting this 6-week marker when I was on it, and anxiety, because I heard that was an issue, anxiety became a thing, and I actually had some panic disorder back then. But it wasn't bad anxiety. You just got in your head about stuff. And then all of a sudden, after 2 weeks, I was just like mellow again. But the aggression that I got in the gym, that's light switch. I was too young. That was one of my issues, is like if that switch flipped and I was bouncing and you did something stupid, like, and I had the reason to throw you out, I unfortunately would throw you out way harder than I used to. So that was like one thing, like you definitely get TREN aggression out. I wouldn't take it out on people or anything like that, but that light switch that flips on and off, that thing would like switch. And when it would switch, you see like freaking like electrocution like coming out of like light bulbs and about to blow off the caps. And like I could only imagine like someone that wasn't mellow like I was, if they flipped that switch, they would just blow the light sockets out. Like the entire house would just blow out of electricity. There would be such a surge. That's how it feels. So you can use that and target it in the gym. And that's where I was really targeting all my aggression anyways. That's why I started in the gym. I needed an outlet. I got injured. I was a really good soccer player and I needed some type of physical outlet to put all my energy into the basket, because if not, then you take it out on people, you take it out on your loved ones, and it's not what you want to do. When I was single, I didn't have loved ones I could hurt, right? I had my friends and stuff like that, but we were bro anyways. All that we did was go to the gym, lift and eat together, and then bounce together and go to school together. And that was it. So it was always bro time. But it did make me super emotionally numb. The weirdest thing was like, if you had sex while you're on it, and I don't know if I did on my first cycle or not, because like when I was single, I just kind of stayed in my lane. It was just a waste of time to like date or anything like that. So I never really dated. But you just don't feel anything. Like at least I didn't. But I naturally, and I didn't know this back then, had prolactin issues where it affects penis sensitivity drastically, for me at least. And it didn't have to be a lot of prolactin, but for me, it was just like the Energizer Bunny, you just keep going. It's like, oh, okay, well, I'm not going to get off this time. I'll just like stop. And that was it. So
yeah. It's a funny one, isn't it? Because the sex drive thing, again, it's very individual, but I guess around TREN, what you automatically hear is like, you're absolutely, your sex drive is raging and you just want to shag anything.
yeah. And then you also hear the guys that get erectile dysfunction from it too. It's like polar ends of the spectrum. It's like, no, it's like most guys that I know and that for me personally, it's like a breeze can roll into the room and like you have a raging erection. Like you could be like sitting in class, like it's like being on puberty and you're sitting in class and you're like, why do I have an erection right now? Like you're sitting in the middle of class and you're like waddling away, like leaning over, like a 90-year-old man to try to hide it when you're trying to walk away in like 7th grade class or something like that. You're like, this is embarrassing. You're like, I'm probably going to go to like get kicked out of school or something like that if someone sees this.
For sure. And we actually spoke about it before when we've done episodes together where you said really, TREN is something that you deploy potentially 6 weeks out. Is that something you still stick by?
Yeah, it's crazy because like the first cycle I ever ran, it was 10 or 12 weeks, and then you pull the plug. And it was just a PCT and you come off. And that was very traditional for back then. You didn't really stay on tier 2 year round. Nowadays, I still stand by my statement that I don't see a reason for more than 6 to 8 weeks. It's extremely strong. It does exactly what you need it to do. It's amazing for contest prep if you can handle it. There's a lot of guys that are great bodybuilders that have anxiety, depression, mental issues where TREN's not a good drug for them, even in very low dosages. The older that I've gotten also, the more susceptible I've been to side effects, mental side effects, interestingly enough, which you think that you'd be more mentally stable, but it doesn't matter. It just seems like you're so much more responsive to everything, or life is just, you have more things going on. There's more people in your life that you have around you. I don't know if it's the fact that you have so much more to lose when you're older, or B, the mental side effects are just so much more prevalent. But the older that you get, it becomes more prevalent that those side effects are a very real thing. 6 to 8 weeks, the max duration of time I would ever personally run it. I find 6 weeks amazing. I mean, like if you're in a contest prep and it's like literally like when I said stepping on the gas pedal feels like you're on Mountain Dew, it gives you energy, right? Like use it when you need it. So that's what I personally found most beneficial towards me. And also as I've gotten older, dosing my saying on it has reduced down further and further. And like that's why I never ran 500 milligrams again. I mean, there's no reason for me to run 500 milligrams to begin with, but the traditional is actually 700 milligrams, which no one really talks about openly. That's a standard bodybuilding dose. And I just tell people, I don't understand how people don't lose their minds. It's like, well, they do, and they are committing suicide, some of these bodybuilders. And we only hear about a few of them because there's only a few big names. So I have nothing against TREN. I think it's a great compound for deployment if you can handle it. And if you can't handle it, you know what? There's other things you can take, or B, you just don't take it and you take things where you're going to be sleeping better at that time. I've also noticed that when you're in prep, you don't sleep as good when you're on TREN versus the off season. Like if the food is there and the dopamine's there, the serotonin's there, it's something about it where you're getting enough neurotransmitters where you're sleeping better at nighttime. Whereas when the food starts depleting down, your thyroid's ramping up and you're just pumping and you don't fall asleep. And that's actually, I'm not going to talk about it on this podcast, but I was actually diving into like TREN thyroid levels and the downregulation actually of thyroid, which is a super interesting subject. But
Oh, that sounds like I'm going to be lining you up for that in the future. But now, would you, because you're not going to compete again, are you? Or are you? Or is it a
I
maybe?
I don't know. I haven't decided. It's pretty much a no. In fact, a lot of my athletes are like, I'm really glad that you don't compete anymore. And then I have these, like, I probably say 95% of them, 95%, which they're like, why don't you just step on stage again? And they're like, you stay pretty close to stage ready year round now, like as far as like conditioning standpoint goes. And it's really because I don't eat that much food. But all that I'll have to do is run androgens for probably like 4 to 6 months or so and titrate dosages up slowly, not even run that much. It doesn't take me a lot to get a lot of muscle tissue very quickly and train hard and just diet. And someone actually commented on it, like, hey, are you going, now that Caroline's pregnant, are you going to run a cycle and get big again? Because like, I would love to follow the journey, and you're very, very open about stuff. And I was like, to be honest, if I eat 4 meals a day instead of 2 to 3 meals a day, and it's actually real food and not ice cream, then you'll see me get in shape really quickly. I was like, I don't need anything. Will I compete again? I don't know. I'm pretty close to mentally being retired. If I do, it'd be for the pictures, and no one would probably know that I'm doing it. I may not even do a national show ever again. It would just be a regional show just for like pictures and then just shut it down because I go year round now. Like with the pros and the national competitors, there's no gap time anymore. It's like I have Arnold. So, and there's no national shows even around that period of time. But if I didn't have an Arnold competitor, then that would be the time to compete. But there's no national show at that period of time during the year. So other than that, you just have a bunch of national shows that you're putting competitors on.
Yeah, for sure. And if you did, would you consider TREN definitely on that? Like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I do well with TREN. I would never not use TREN because I just do so well with it. It just makes me more mellow and energized at the same time. I just feel way better on it. The last 2 runs that I've had with it were nothing but good for me. I've never really had any bad sides of TREN unless if it was too high of a dose. And I would get really bad night sweats. And that was the approach that was being taken during my preps, which was the issue. The last 2 times, no side effects. Duration of time was very short. It worked. I would definitely do it again. It's probably my favorite compound. I get hungrier on it, which may be a downside during prep. But overall, I just get mellow on it. I get very mellow, and then that switch in the gym, like I'll be hitting PRs like 4 weeks out from a show just because like TREN flips in at like 6 weeks or something like that, and just go to outer space. It's like you think of really cool things. Now, the only issue with in prep is because your mind's constantly going to, like, you can be like going to the bathroom at 2 a.m. in the morning, and you're like, well, nuclear physicists, and you're thinking like quantum physics, and it's like random stuff like that. You're having like come to Jesus meetings when you're like taking a pee at 2 a.m. in the morning or trying to poop at 2 a.m. in the morning. You're sitting on the toilet praying that something comes out, and you're talking to someone, and you're all trying at the same time. So you're definitely talking to someone. It's like, are you hearing good voices or bad voices? Can you shut it off? And hopefully you can just shut it off. But the answer is you can't shut it off because it's voice in your head and it's dark by yourself.
And actually, I wanted to ask you, with the dosages, would you ever titrate up over that 6 weeks, or would you go in at your dose and then keep it stable for 6 weeks?
Yeah, I pretty much know the dosing that works for me. Between like 100 to 150 milligrams, I'm not going to get any side effects. At 200 milligrams is when I notice like the side effects become a little bit prevalent. And then I used to say 300 milligrams, which I don't think is like a bad dose if you tolerate well. But the issue is the duration of time is very short on 300 milligrams. The first thing that ever got me sick, physically sick, where I had like hair loss prevalent and stuff like that, was TREN. And it was the duration of time that I was on it. And it was 300 milligrams, and it was a long period of time, and I was just following instructions. I actually pushed it out 1 extra month. So I was on TREN for like almost 5 months straight, maybe just over 5 months straight. And it was, the cycle was 300 tests, 300 mast, 300 test, 300 tests, 300 TREN, 300 mast. And so it wasn't like high dosings, especially in the bodybuilding space. That's very low dosings. But the duration of time was the issue. That's the first time that I noticed actually duration of time. I don't know what I know today back then. I knew a lot back then, but not what I know today. And I went through that prep, and by the worst prep I've ever had, honestly. My hair was like balding by the time I was almost done. That's when I started doing my natural hair protocols, and I started diving into research around hair loss and how to regenerate hair naturally and things like that. Found some really good things natural, and then I went into the more chemical side of it. But
Yeah.
that after that point in time, I was lucky that no other prep after that I ever did a longer duration of time. I was very open about it, that I would never run TREN for like over 2 month period of time again. And then I found out that sweet spot was like 6 weeks for me personally. So deploy it when you need it. That's pretty much it. It can be a positive or it can be a massive reduction. And it goes both ways for the same person. I know some people don't have bad experiences on it, but you're going to have a bad experience one time on it, and you're going to remember, oh, I'm on TREN. And that's like where all the memes come from. Like you can read on the forums, all these crazy stories. I mean, like people can go from like straight to gay and stuff like that on it. And then all of a sudden they're off TREN and they're straight again. And it's just like, holy, I'm like, now I would never be in that category where it's just like, I go to the polar end of the spectrum of like the world. Like I'm just a different human being, but there are people out there and they just like snap and they ruin their lives. They become homeless, and there are crazy stories out there that you just read it and your jaw just drops. Like, how is this actually a real story? And they're real stories. Like there are people that this happens to. I've seen people's lives deteriorate from it. And it's not only TREN, but there's other things that come into the mix. But like they'll get on TREN and then they'll start leaning on recreational drugs because maybe their aggression in the gym is so high that they start like pounding painkillers. Next thing you know, they're doing cocaine for pre-workout and they're doing all this other stuff. I'm like, what are you doing right now? Like cocaine's a hell of a drug. It's great pre-workout. It's like, okay. Like I'd be on the toilet for the entire time.
I feel like my brain would explode if I tried to do that.
Gosh, and that's when I was first training, this it wasn't out back then, or like I didn't know about it back then. I was actually completely natural. Didn't even know that like gear was being utilized or anything like that. But Jack 3D was still around and 𝗨𝗏𝗡𝗨. So I called it 𝗨𝗨𝗡𝗨, no, please don't explode my butthole, because you'd be on the toilet 15 minutes on the dot. It was like laxatives. It'd just be like through you. And then you're like, all right, cool, I'm on the toilet for the next 10 to 15 minutes and let's go to the gym.
For sure, for sure. Now, before we wrap up, what would your advice be if someone's considering TREN, they've listened to this episode and they're thinking, okay, lots of information. I don't know whether I should do it. My coach is telling me to, but there's maybe not much advice. We've spoken about, of course, coaches sometimes tell you to take something and maybe don't go into it. If someone was concerned, what would your advice be? Apart from DM you, maybe.
Start you don't have to ask me about it. People always say, hey, can you give me advice? No, I can't give advice. This is
I've got a coach
for entertainment purposes only. So I would always start off lower. I figure out where your tolerance is. Most people are going to be around 100 milligrams. If you are not a mentally stable person, like you have to come to terms with your own demons. If you haven't come to terms with your own demons, it's probably not the right androgen for you. There's way more that you can lean into. But if you're someone that's naturally a mellow person, that's really stable, hopefully you stay that way if you take it. But at the end of the day, those are the only people that I would see it really being utilized for. And unfortunately, bodybuilders have extreme addictive personalities or abusive backgrounds, like they were abused or something like that and came into the sport. And it's going to put you down into a PSD level of realm. So just make sure that dosing stays very low. You figure out your tolerance. Do an acetate, don't do an xanthate. Even though my first time it was an xanthate. One thing I would have taken back is I would have done an acetate in case I got side effects. I could have like reduced down the dose in a shorter duration of time. So that's where I'd start off. And I just found that sweet spot to be like 100 to 150 personally. Most people, what they're finding as they're getting older, actually, like it's funny. Some people and I were just talking on a post that I did about around TREN and how you lose your mind. 50 to 70 milligrams per week is fine. The medical dosing, when it was being utilized, it would be a front load of 150, but when you split off the hexacarbonate, the benzyl hexacarbonate, it would be 100 milligrams per week, and then it'd be 50 milligrams per week after that point once you did the 2-week front load. And the 50 milligrams per week tend to be that sweet spot, and it's very selective to the tissue that it binds to anyways. So 50 milligrams per week, you're probably going to notice a difference pretty quickly. It does change your brain chemistry very quickly. And within like 2 weeks, you'll have a pretty solid understanding of how you're going to feel. So, and then if you want to increase, you can increase, but just understand every time you increase, it makes you more wired. It makes you'd be able to switch that switch a lot easier. So if you're going through trials and tribulations in life at that moment in time, I would definitely steer clear of it. And also make sure that you're the right personality type for it.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. That's a very good summary, because actually some of the things you included there haven't been included yet. You'll be pleased to know. So, of course, as always, it's so cool to speak to you, and thank you.
Of course. Thanks for having me on as always.
Thank you, David. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys, we have now got the one, the only, the myth, or maybe the legend, Tony Huge, back on the Beyond Condition podcast. And of course, thank you for coming on, Tony. We had some good traction on our episode together. Everyone asking plenty of questions, of course.
Yeah. One thing we can definitely agree on: a day natural is a day wasted. So let's keep the momentum and show people that life is better enhanced.
So this, of course, this episode is based on essentially personal anecdote from using TREN. Now, you will know it's a wild episode, because you hear stories, but unless you use it, it's like, well, how would I know whether it's worth the risk, the reward, and the ratio there? So I've been asking dosages that people have used, why they've used it, and what side effects they've got, if they've had any side effects, or of course, if they know people that have used TREN and the things that can come up. So probably the first place to start would be, when did you first try TREN?
The first time that I remember very specifically, like, the effect of TREN, and I mean, I think I used a low dosage of it before, but like the most memorable experience was when I took 1,000 milligrams, because that was fairly early per week and fairly early in my TREN experimentation.
Wow.
And that was for a bodybuilding show, and that was under the direction of a coach who believed in very high dosage cycles. So it was 1,000 milligrams of testosterone, 1,000 milligrams of Masteron, and 1,000 milligrams of Trenbolone every week for 5 weeks leading up to the competition.
Wow.
Before that, I used TREN in a smaller amount, and yeah, I did get the side effects of a lower dosage, but I think I was just doing like a standard 300 milligrams per week. And yeah, I didn't jump in and start trying it immediately because I knew it was one of the more powerful things. So maybe I was like a year in before I started taking TREN, which I guess is early for most people still. But at the time I was experimenting a lot, so I wanted to do shorter experiments with every compound, and I was taking faster esters, so I would use TREN ACE so I could feel it within days, and I know the effect, and I wouldn't have to be on it as long to understand what it does.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I guess it was probably like 9 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, because a lot of the guests have said, they'll deploy it like maybe 6 weeks out from a show if they are going to use it. So that aligns with your 5 weeks.
Yeah, because the look that it creates, which is the advantage that it has, of course you can use it as a long-term muscle builder, but really where it shines is for a bodybuilding competition, and you don't need to be running it for like months and months and months to get the visual effect. The visual effect becomes apparent after a few weeks, and maybe kind of peaks, in about 5 weeks, and then after that you're kind of probably getting more side effects than you are benefits as far as the visual look that it creates.
For sure. And when you ran the higher dose, did you notice side effects?
I felt awful. I felt sick all the time. I just felt exhausted and fatigued. But the interesting thing is, when I worked out, I felt okay. Like in the gym, I felt all right. But outside the gym, I was just miserable, like just grumpy and like fatigued, and just like I felt like it just like it's like some kind of monster creature, just all the time. And then get in the gym and like, okay, then you get the blood flow and you're using that energy for the gym, and then you feel better. But even then, I don't think even in the gym I felt as good as I did on lower dosage. Like 1,000 milligrams just felt terrible. And 300 milligrams can give you like a lot more energy and a lot more positive aggression in the gym.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, one of the other guests, Matt, he's actually looked up to you for many, many years and watched all of your content. And he was saying exactly the same as you. In the gym, he felt really good, like he was progressing in the gym, lifting heavier weights, etc., etc. But then he would get anxiety and panic attacks in the night. But other than that, he was, you know, he enjoyed taking it per se. But the anxiety and the panic attacks just weren't worth what it was bringing him.
You know, the side effect of interfering with sleep is underestimated because Trenbolone has a lot of side effects, but like interference with sleep, like what clenbuterol does, Trenbolone does, and even methamphetamine, like that's where the real problems come from. If you could take Tren and you can sleep really well on it, which some people can, then they get much less side effects. But the people who interferes with their sleep with, the side effects are much, much worse. So if you can take Tren and you can fix the sleep problem by taking things to offset the anxiety and relax the central nervous system at night and improve sleep quality, I think you can mitigate, you know, some of the more important side effects of Tren.
Yeah, for sure. Because essentially sleep is where we're recovering, you know, for the majority of the time. And if you're leading up to a show, it's pretty fucked anyway, like you say, if you're using stims, etc. So then adding that in, it's like, is it worth that cost on recovery and what the physique may look like when you step on stage for what the trend's going to bring?
Yeah, your brain also needs recovery, not just the body. And the Tren interferes with your brain neurotransmitters. And so it's not just like you don't just need deep sleep. You need good REM sleep, and your brain has to go through certain cycles, and all of that can potentially get interfered with. But all of that, there's so many different pathways in the brain, but each pathway you could fix the Tren problem. Like you could increase allopregnanolone levels, you could increase serotonin, you could decrease adrenaline. Like these are some of the neurotransmitter pathways you could mitigate the side effects of Tren impacting sleep, and therefore the overall side effects of Tren. Yeah.
And I mean, to be fair, the main, I guess, do we want to call it a side effect? The main thing that people come across with Tren that I've sort of been exposed to, as it were, is the increased sexual desire. Maybe the sort of, one of our friends labeled it as he felt quite rapey. You know, that like, and I was like, to be fair, that's probably what, you know, what I'd say people describe it as. What would you say with that?
I don't get that effect like other people. I think it's because I'm a more anxious, energized person by default. And the Tren makes me even more anxious. So like the more anxiety interferes with my sex drive. What improves my sex drive is making me more relaxed. Yeah. So it depends on the type of person, like especially if someone's super relaxed and they lack that like aggressive energy. Oh yeah. I've actually had clients where while everybody else in the media is saying stay away from Tren, it's so bad, it's bad for your brain, I've actually had clients where I say you should probably consider Tren because you lack like that aggression and it's costing you your like success. Like you could be so successful if you just had more aggression. You could be so much have such a better relationship if you just had a little bit more sex drive and motivation. And so Tren could maybe benefit some people. Or focus. Tren makes you like very focused on things. Like if you want to be obsessed about work, you can take Tren and isolate yourself from everything social and really focus on work. So it can actually be used like a nootropic benefit for those people. But for me or other people who already have anxiety, and then you add Tren on top of that, the anxiety drowns out the sex drive.
So did you notice that you had like a suppressed sex drive, or did it just not get affected?
It's the same thing. Like, well, I don't know if it's the same for women. Yeah, it is the same for women. Yeah, when women are like stressed, they don't think about sex so much. Like in America, women are a lot more stressed, but in Asia, women are a lot more relaxed. So the women in Asia's sex drive is usually much healthier in my experience. And I think with men, it's the same thing. When men are like stressed, they don't like think about sex as much. They're thinking about the stress. It's like fight or flight, and your body's telling you like, hey, there's this issue you have to deal with before you can, you know, worry about procreation. So yeah.
And do you have any stories about friends or clients or anything that you could share with TREN use on this episode?
I think most of my friends and clients say that TREN increases their sex drive and also increases the amount of things they find sexually attractive. So, for example, some friends, maybe when they're on TREN, they'll sleep with a girl that they would otherwise never consider sleeping with.
Yeah.
And I've experienced this not from TREN, but from PT-141, the same effect. Like I'll take PT-141 and I'll get so horny that I'll want to have sex with anything.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's a person, an object, a fruit. So I think TREN does that for a lot of people as well. It makes them, horny to the point where they will lower their standards to do anything to get off. That's why the famous meme is like TREN can make you gay. Well, that's because it's kind of expanding what you're willing to do to get off. And also as a man, finding romance is a lot harder. So when you get super, super horny and you're in a time of need and you kind of take whatever's available, yeah, TREN definitely does that to a lot of my friends.
It's amazing how it can, the brain can switch so much that, people will, like you say, have sex with someone they wouldn't ordinarily. And then it's almost like after they come off the TREN and they reflect, it's like they didn't realize what they were doing per se because they were on TREN. It's wild.
Yes. Yeah, you do. After every TREN cycle, someone should take a moment to reflect back on the decisions that they made and the effect that those decisions had on their life. And, for me, TREN, it's like sex drive is one thing, but romance and getting along with women and being understanding of women's feelings is another thing. So TREN, I think I understand the TREN aggression, and it has increased my sex drive in a way that almost like it's hard to get quite as satisfied. Yeah. Like that some of that aggression still remains. So I've had times where, let's say, and my testicles shrunk a lot too, like on my previous TREN cycles before I would take HMG and HCG and things to maintain testicular function. When your balls shrink up, then it becomes much harder to orgasm. So when it's harder to orgasm, on TREN, you could have sex for hours and hours and hours, and just that aggression just stays strong. So it might not increase my drive, but like my drive to have sex as much. But when I do start having sex, then there's like it lasts longer. I go longer and I go harder.
Yeah, it's wild. It's so wild. Like that, PEDs anyway, and steroids or whatever we want to label them. Like when you look at the side effects and how individual it is, and it's like, if someone's going to go on to being assisted, it's like, well, these things can happen, but we don't really know till you try it. And then it's like, what dosages do we do? It's almost opening a can of worms for sure.
Luckily with TREN ACE, it's such a short ester that most of the side effects are gone, 3 days later, 4 days later at the most. So yeah, you can experiment with it on the short-term base. You can say, all right, I'm going to do 1 week of TREN. Like this would actually be an intelligent way to approach it. Say, okay, I'm going to do 1 week of TREN, see how my body reacts, and then I'm going to come off it and I'm going to reflect on what I psychologically, how I changed. Because the biggest problem with TREN is the psychological changes that happen that you don't realize. Like this is the problem with crazy people in general. Like when people start going crazy, they don't realize they're going crazy and they cause damage to themselves and everybody around them, and they can't see it. And TREN does that to you. I mean, it makes you look crazy. You don't realize how you're changing, and other people around you may realize and they may tell you, but you might think they're crazy because you don't see it. But I've had enough experience and enough people. This is why it's important to talk about. Like you have to know the risk that you will go crazy on TREN temporarily. And for me, the biggest risk of that is I lose my girlfriends. And just recently this happened as well. I didn't even tell her that I was on TREN at the time, but that's Joy right there, who is the sweetest, most kind, most joyful person. And the most important thing to her is like no stress and negativity, or I should just say like no negativity or whatever. But what happened is I was on TREN, and I've been trying to get her and 𝗪𝗪𝗥 to be friends with each other for a long time. And every time 𝗪𝗪𝗥𝗟 throws a tantrum and ruins it and acts negative towards her. And in Joy's mind, it's like strike one, strike two, strike three. So recently it was strike three because I was on TREN, and in my mind, I created the delusion that, yeah, they're going to get along well. And I became less sensitive to her feelings because TREN makes you very insensitive to other people's feelings. Like you don't care or understand about feelings. You don't, you don't like on TREN, I don't think you feel like sadness. You feel like aggression, but you don't feel like sadness or empathy. Like that's what it is. You lose the ability to empathize with other people. And that's dangerous because especially with women are such emotional creatures that if you can't empathize with them, you can't understand them. And also on TREN, like women become very annoying to me.
Yeah.
Like it's,
yeah.
I would love to hear more like deeply psychologically why this happens, you know, a chemistry that changes, but like I have a lot less interest. Yes, you think of women like more like sex objects, and yes, sex is a thing, but like bonding with a woman or getting to understand a woman or connecting with a woman becomes much less appealing on TREN. You get annoyed much easier with both traffic and women are the two number one things that it makes you annoyed with. And then so I was less sensitive to her because I was on the TREN. I only did it for 1 week. It was just a 1 week blast, but that was enough to make some huge mistakes. And I almost lost her. Like she said, that's it, I'm out. I quit. I'm leaving. She broke up with me. And I'm like, wow. So I came off the TREN, and then I, you know, spent a lot of time understanding her and what went wrong and not make this mistake again. But I've got to be really aware, like if I go back on TREN again, it could seriously risk my relationship.
Yeah. My coach describes it as like the priority list changes. So it almost does a complete flip. So normally his priority is, of course, his other half and, you know, nourishing his relationships, etc. But it almost does a flip, and it's like the priority is me and making sure I can get done what I need to do in a day, etc., and work and all of those things.
Yeah, so yeah, it makes you very selfish, and for some people they need that because they're not getting what they need done in life and they need that focus and energy and aggression. But for other people, maybe they would benefit more from being more empathetic and connecting more with the people around them. So yeah, you gotta be careful. And then also, like, if you build a relationship, let's say you like spend a year building a relationship and you build a level of trust and connection, and then you get on TREN and your personality completely changes, and then the girl's like, I don't even know who this guy is anymore, and then you break up, and then you come off the TREN and you're like, what did I do? I invested a year to build this relationship and I lost it in just a matter of a few weeks. But while you're on the TREN, you don't care. You're like, oh, she's annoying me, I want to break up with her. And then after the TREN, you're like, oh my God, what did I do? He was the perfect girl and I want her back. But now is she gonna trust you? Because now you have shown that you have this like split personality, and so you better make sure she understands the TREN and you're not going to do the TREN again.
Yeah, the thing is as well though, it's like it doesn't seem real that this could, you know, completely change you that much, because it's like, you know, people would say, well, it was the TREN, and I'd imagine potentially for a female they think, well, you know, it's not the TREN, you've got this split personality, or maybe I haven't seen this side to you. And then it's like when you look at the personal anecdote, it all aligns to say it is the TREN, but of course people still take it.
I think the best way for women to understand it, that I think I could explain it to a woman so she could sympathize with me, is that TREN puts the man's mind in the same place that a woman who's having bad menstrual, you know, her period situation, like that aggression, selfishness, easily get annoyed, short-tempered, like these are all like, actually men should all do TREN so that they understand what a woman's psychology is like when she's on her period. Not all women, and not all men even respond badly to TREN, but largely women are more aggressive and less reasonable. when they're on their period, and men are more aggressive and less reasonable when they're on TREN. And a lot of men could go their entire life not really understanding like women and being able to sympathize with them on their period. But if a man takes TREN, and then when the woman's on her period, the man can say, okay, it's like she's on TREN, then the man can understand, and the man can, be more not make it worse, and be able to understand her and understand, like, maybe to give her space, not antagonize her. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And if someone listens to this episode and they're like, I'm not bloody taking that, what would you say would be another route that people could take? Or is there not really anything you'd recommend that would match what TREN can potentially give?
Some people say that, like, well, okay, so I think as far as what other people have said, like Alec Matrevsky, for example, said that he thought that DHB, dihydroboldenone, or 1-testosterone cypionate, that had similar effects as TREN as far as like the visual effects and what's unique to TREN, like that can do it without the psychological side effects, without the interference with sleep and so on. I don't know if it'll be to the same extent, but if it's got 70% of the benefit with 0% of the specific TREN side effects, then it's worth considering. And I'd say stacking, if you stack multiple other things together, you can get a similar effect. I mean, what's unique about TREN is the visual effect it gives to the muscle. Mm-hmm. Well, you can get a similar visual effect from Winstrol, but Winstrol is also one of the highest side effect steroids. So that's not necessarily the best replacement if we're trying to be healthy. You can take something. TREN is also extremely anti-catabolic, so you could take something that's very anti-catabolic, and then also Primobolan, for example, is very anti-catabolic.
Yeah,
you can take Primobolan for the anti-catabolic, and then you could take something for losing the water retention, for more muscle definition, which Primo also does. But then you could even add like more Mastrone. You can add like a mild diuretic. You could take more yohimbine to lose just some extra fat to show more muscle definition. But when it comes to bodybuilding shows, TREN is what makes bodybuilders look like bodybuilders, and it's, I think, a lot more common than bodybuilders admit. I think most bodybuilders are using Trenbolone for shows, but I don't think you absolutely need it. I think you can stack enough other things together to get it, but I don't think there's like an exact single direct replacement. TREN does act a little bit differently than the rest of the steroids because it especially acts. I don't know why it creates separations in the muscle and that visual effect exactly, but as far as the other effects of TREN, all of those are replaceable with other compounds, and then the visual effect is something where, like, for a bodybuilding show, you could use Winstrol just for a shorter period of time for less side effects and ramp up the dosage, and then that is an adequate replacement.
Yeah, I think there's even actually, I've spoken with a few different people that there's female use of TREN now in the highly muscled categories, when we're talking IFBB pros, etc. as well. So it's certainly expanding, like you say, a lot of the male bodybuilders, maybe using it. And I think female divisions are now considering it.
Yeah, that's a terrible idea for women to take TREN. And they got rid of women's bodybuilding for the most part. So now it's mainly physique. And yeah, for physique, they're highly muscular and pretty big, but they don't really need TREN, actually. And at a certain point, like, a woman can develop a really amazing physique with a lot of muscle, but there's a certain threshold that if you want to cross it, okay, you got to take TREN. But like, that threshold is pretty high. Yeah. So, I mean, of course, top level competitive bodybuilding females are going to consider TREN, and I totally understand it. But like anybody amateur, I don't know why a female amateur would ever need to use TREN when there's so many things that can get you to that level of physique with less side effects.
I mean, even exposures to Anavar, Primo, this type of thing, that's sort of in the UK, I'd say that's the main use of the female amateur / pro as well. And then depending on what their use is across like a safer use model. So like you've described, using different compounds of a lesser dose to get a better effect.
That's how I approach everything. I usually use lower dosages, and I usually stack things that are synergistic with each other. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Now I have to just, I need to ask you, because this came up on a pod the other day and I mentioned you to the guest. He went up to a maximum of 20 units of growth per day. And I was like, that seems a hell of a lot to me. But I thought I'm going to have to ask Tony, because he is, of course, the man of extremes. So what's the most amount of growth you have taken, Tony?
There's cutting out a little bit here. Let me move so I got better reception here. This is something's weird about the reception here. Let's just move to somewhere where this is better. Okay, because you got me interested. Someone said something about growth hormone. Yeah.
So I had a guest the other day on the podcast, and we started talking about growth, and he said the maximum dose he had was 20 units per day. And I was like, well, that seems wild to me. That seems a lot compared to what I've sort of heard people use. And then I was like, well, I'm going to have to ask Tony, and we actually spoke about you as well, because he watches your stuff, what the maximum use of growth you've had per day.
I'm sure I've taken 20 before, but not for long periods of time, because everybody's got different amount of sensitivity to growth hormone. And so, yeah, some people might get a lot of water retention and carpal tunnel at 5 units, and some people may be able to take 15 units. So I guess the first most important thing to people to understand is, like, one person's 5 units might be like another person's 15 units. I'd say that's probably the largest. Like, it's not like one person's 5 units is like another person's 25 units. Like, at the very most, the extreme may be like one person's 5 is another person's 15, but generally it's more similar than that. So I was doing the mass blast, where we would take large amounts of growth hormone. What I found when we went up to 20 units of growth hormone is, if it's really real growth hormone, number one, you're fighting a lot of water retention, and you get carpal tunnel, and it's hard to hold on to the weight. It's hard to lift, and you get pain in your knees and your wrists, and it's so uncomfortable. So then that ends up making it harder to. I mean, how do you gain if you're on all this gear and you can't, like, lift properly because of all this awkward pain from the growth hormone and water retention causing pressure on your heart, making you feel like your heart's going to explode if you lift hard. So that's one issue. And then the other issue that nobody talks about is growth hormone actually is, like, people are using growth hormone like they should be using insulin. So insulin is really what's going to put the sides on, and the combination of the insulin and growth hormone together is the synergy. So when we did these mass blast experiments, because our goal was to see, like, how can we put on the most amount of muscle in the shortest period of time in human history, especially like on people who, we take bodybuilders and do it, but we take first someone who's never taken steroids before, and we just blast them with, like, the perfect cycle and put as much muscle on as possible. Like she did, actually. She did the mass blast. She took growth hormone, she took insulin, everything, and we put on, she gained a permanent 12 pounds in 1 week. Yeah. So, but the key is, like, I didn't want to give her too much growth hormone, because she'll actually lose weight. Like, if you take 20 units of growth hormone and you don't take a respective amount of insulin to go along with it, then you're going to, like, you're not going to be able to gain weight. You're going to lose weight. Like, you'll gain a lot of water, but you won't gain muscle. So, or you could in the short term, like very, very short term, but very soon, like, you lose your insulin sensitivity, and you're going to have a hard time uptaking nutrients like protein and carbohydrates into the muscle. So it was Chase Irons was doing, like, then he switched to 15 units every other day. Now that's smart, because he's going to get his insulin sensitivity in between. He's still going to get his IGF levels up, and his IGF levels up will remain higher the next day. And IGF doesn't interfere with nutrient absorption the way that growth hormone does. But yeah, the key, I guess the summary is, the key is if you go super high on the growth hormone, you can't do that for very long. You're going to get a lot of side effects. You're not going to build as much muscle as you think. It's going to be harder to gain weight once you've got the water retention than without it. And actually, the key is to go lower on the growth hormone and higher on the insulin, which I never hear anybody talk about. But that's because they haven't experimented enough to figure it out. Once they figure it out, like once you figure these things out, then bodybuilding becomes so easy. And there's not that much to talk about afterwards. It's like, okay, you figured out growth hormone, insulin, IGF, and now it's simple. We're done talking about it.
Yeah, we're done, guys. That's your magic formula. Well, of course. Thank you for coming on again, Tony. And we'll have to tee up an actual episode, maybe when we meet in person, hopefully, when I move to Pattaya.
Wow, yeah. It'll be great.
Yeah, it's gonna be super cool. But we shall get you back on. So thank you for your time and goodbye to you and the girls.
Okay, bye-bye.
See you later.
Thank you.
Bye, Joy.
Okay, she says bye.
Bye. See you later. So I don't need to say the intro because, of course, Matt, this is an episode of several of my guests that have already been on the podcast to talk about their personal anecdote with Trenbolone sandwiches, as it's nicknamed. So really, really wild episode, but for sure it's worth getting that personal anecdote, because something like Tren is very actually hard for a lot of people to understand, you know, what the side effects are when you're inundated with, oh my God, it's terrible. This happens, this happens, this happens. And like social media, we're then led to, okay, so if I take it, are all these things going to happen? So having a multitude of guests to say, well, actually, this is my experience on it. It helps to, of course, give that education as to potentially what might happen. And if it does, is it worth the risk and reward for sure? You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I already know like a lot of your guest speakers. I'm looking forward to watching this podcast back to hear all the different stories, because my own personal experience, my own clients and friends that I know that have taken it, it's such a mixed review, you know, and some of them are hilarious.
It's like, there's obviously a lot of people say about the increased sex drive, the sort of anger that can come from it, you know, this like red mist, or the thoughts and feelings that are maybe of an angry nature that you wouldn't ordinarily have. And then that increased sex drive, a lot of people, you know, play on that as well. And they'll be like, you know, I don't know what to do with myself. And then other people, you know, had Jeff on the podcast and he said, you know, if I'm in prep, I just want to go to sleep. It doesn't do anything for me in regards to sex drive. So it's very, very interesting. But I guess we could sort of talk about your experience on it, and then we could talk about some of your clients, how they found it. And of course, why you took it, what your dosages were as well would be super cool.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So I took it years and years ago now. And this was before I was really like, I put a lot of time and knowledge into learning about PEDs, because this was before I was a prep coach, essentially. Yeah. And you know what it's like when you're younger, you're just an idiot. You just bang stuff in. You hear it's good. Yeah, fuck it, I'll chuck that in.
Yeah.
And yeah, see what happens. So anyway, I put it in, and I'm pretty sure I started off on, I think it's 300 milligrams per week, which is that's a lot. That's a lot of Tren. And my God. My God. So I've done cycles before this, you know, got good results. But Tren, wow. I was hitting PBs, like no joke, I was hitting PBs within a couple of weeks. Yeah. Like the strongest I've ever been. And like that was a big jump to get to that point as well, because it was pretty much at the start of a cycle. So, you know, I was off of, because I used to, back in the day, I used to cycle, come off everything. So I was off the back of everything from essentially being a natty. Yeah. Chuck the Tren in, and yeah, my strength just boom, straight up. And I was like, what the hell is going on? This stuff is great. Yeah. Until it wasn't great.
For sure.
So I always say, like, Tren, basically, it does, I mean, all PEDs do this to some respect, but Tren is one of the biggest for doing this. It amplifies what you are. If you're an angry person, it'll make you angry. If you are an anxious person, it'll make you super anxious. And unfortunately for me, I get panic attacks. I haven't had them in a long time, luckily, but back in the day, I used to have them a lot. And it was the worst panic attacks I've ever had. So I'm talking like, it wasn't even like, because you know, sometimes panic attacks, it can be brought on by thinking about what you've done, and you play it up in your own head. it wasn't anything to do with that, because TREN made me feel fantastic in the daytime. Felt like a Superman. Gets to the nighttime, I'll wake up at like 1 a.m. in the middle of the night, severe panic attacks, couldn't breathe. I had to literally go out and walk around town to just try, like in the middle of the night. And the weirdest thing, I was with G at the time. Sometimes she came with me, my wife, to try and help keep me calm. And she always laughs because I always try to eat bread. I don't know why. It was the weirdest habit I got into, but bread seemed to calm me down a little bit. It was like plain bread. So I was basically like a duck, like eating plain bread in the middle of the night. It was the weirdest thing. But yeah, that was it for me. And in the end, it got so bad I had to come off it because it ruined my sleep, and it was starting to affect me the next day as well. Like I'd wake up really anxious. And I don't know if you've ever had a panic attack, but they're not nice. You feel like the whole world's going to end. So I came off, and unfortunately, the panic attack stayed for a while. It wasn't like I came off, that was it, I was good again. They hung around for a while. I'm talking like probably around a year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, nowhere near as frequent as when I was on cycle, but you know, that feeling and the panic attacks had come back down again for about a year. Yeah.
Yeah, that for sure as well. You know, what you spoke about sleep, that's certainly something that I feel like people weigh up now, where recovery is so much more, you know, on social media, etc. Everyone's like, you do need to recover to have the best physique and the stress management. And then a lot of people weigh it up. Okay, so if I'm getting up in the night with the sweats from TREN, or, you know, like you say, panic attacks, anxieties, is that worth what the TREN is going to give when I'm not sleeping properly and the sleep is disrupted? And then it's like that toss up. And I feel like a lot more people are saying, well, actually, the sleep is going to be better. I'll try and utilize something else. And certainly TREN is more adopted in that like 6 to 8 weeks out from a show now. I find with a lot of people that have, you know, spoken about it.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, I haven't used it since then. And my best years in bodybuilding has been the past 2 years. And I haven't touched the stuff. You don't need to have it, okay? Yeah. That being said, it does fucking work. And if you are good with the sides, like some people are, like I've got some guys on the team that come to me, you know, they're experienced competitors. I always ask them when they sign up, when they join up, is there any PEDs that you don't get on with? Is there anything you do get on with? And, you know, a lot of the times they do come forward and say they absolutely love TREN. Yeah. Honestly, I see it as like either the holy grail of bodybuilding for some people, or it's divorce in a bottle. Like it'll ruin your life. Yeah. So yeah, I leave that up to them for the experienced competitors. If they want to use it, they've used it in the past, they got on really well with it. Like you said, I keep it to short term. So sort of like last 6 weeks of competition prep, put it in for them, because we don't have the long-term studies on the neurotoxicity of TREN. Like we don't know what it will do to someone long-term. I mean, we know what it does to people short-term. For me, for example, so long-term use of it, like who knows what could happen, right? We just don't know. So it's not worth that risk. But if they get on really well with it, short-term use, it can absolutely work really, really well. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's, of course, athletes that will say, even though I get bad side effects, I want to take it because they're married into, I will do whatever it takes to get to stage in the best condition possible. And that's another reason for this episode to go, well, actually, there is other options. Exactly what you just said there. Your most successful 2 years have been without TREN. And then it's, of course, making that informed decision. But there's all of those, you know, stories that you hear, and everyone does back it up with their own personal anecdote to say their own experience. So it's certainly individual. Now, when you have someone that says they get on okay with it, etc., do you discuss what dosages they've done before and then sort of decide what you're going to do for their prep?
Yeah, for sure. And I still don't do what they say they've done in the past oftentimes. So I just don't, there's not a need to, there really isn't a need to. So I would start off very, very small and then just titrate up as needed. But it's very, very rare I would go over sort of like, I've never gone over 200 milligrams with someone, never. Yeah. Even if they've come to me and they've said they've done way higher in the past, because I've never needed to with a client. And like, I'm very fortunate in the fact that I've always leveled someone up from their previous package. Yeah. And I've done that without having to do the higher dosages that they've done in the past, just by managing all the variables. and yeah, just controlling everything in a much more efficient way. Like you said, like concentrating on the small things like sleep and things like that can have a large role in how they look on stage, and it's not all down to the drugs. So yeah, I definitely we don't need to run it high.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, like you said there with G, you know, supporting you when you did have these panic attacks around when you tried TREN, I think it's certainly something that people need to consider, having a joint decision with their partner about if they're going to take, well, any PDs really. But I don't know if you get it. Sometimes people will say, I'm not going to tell my other half, and they've got to sort of hide bottles, hide needles, etc., etc. And of course, being transparent with those around you is super important. But do you come across that where people don't want to tell their other half?
Yes, but if they're taking TREN, like they'll know something's up. Like even if they're not educated in PEDs, like if someone suffers the side effects of TREN, which many do, they'll know something's wrong. Like if they're just in the middle of the night, just sweating buckets next to them, or some of this, I've heard this one twice. Okay, that when they're on TREN, their jizz stinks.
Oh,
have you ever heard of that one?
No, but that's just reminded me. I haven't mentioned this yet, but our friend over here in Thailand, he's tried multiple different TRENs. One was black like tar, and he pinned it into himself. Okay, whatever. He's a bit of a wild card, but he said that you can get tendencies towards like feeling like you're a bit gay. And I was like, I don't know.
So that's funny as well, because we basically recently had our Christmas do with a few clients. So we basically all met up for a meal, and TREN came up as a conversation, as it does. And yeah, one of them said that basically he knows of someone, he basically was on higher dosages of TREN, and it turned him gay.
Yeah.
Literally turned him gay. So basically it makes you like highly sexual anyway. It makes you really, really horny. So I guess if you have a small amount of gay in you, it'll bring it out.
Yeah, because you also, I guess, feel more confident. Did you find that you had an increase in sex drive when you took it?
To be honest, not really, and not like compared to like a normal cycle. Like it was exactly the same for me, so I didn't get any more than that. But yeah, other people and like clients that have gone on it, they have found that massively. But yeah, imagine that. So just going to start a cycle to get a bit bigger. Oh no, I'm now bumming men.
Yeah, like our friend was like, said to Matt, did you get tendencies to sort of feel differently about men? And Matt was like, no. And he was like, it is a thing. You'll have to ask one of your podcast guests. So it's really interesting you said that. But these are certainly things that you maybe hear as well. And you're like, I don't know if that's true. And so person dependent, isn't it? It's wild. And, you know, it's not just TREN. There's lots of other different things. Now, I've actually heard of coaches as well. I don't know if you've come across this, but coaches that dose higher, because in the UK, potentially some of the gear is not, like over in Thailand, it's pharmaceutical grade. So generally, you know what you're getting. But I've known coaches to say, take more because it's not going to be that good of a grade. So of course, if this happens, I mean, have you come across this yet?
So coaches are telling their clients, take more TREN just in case it's fake.
Take more, yeah, 𝗪𝗔.
Oh, 𝗪𝗔, yeah, no, that's a point, because I mean, back in the day, pharmaceutical grade 𝗪𝗔, you know, 5 or 10 milligrams would do a lot, right? Yeah. But nowadays, you know, some people take 100 because it is dosed down. So I get that, but with TREN, that's still a risky one, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it is obviously, you know, when we take up this role and anyone advising PDs, like you take it really seriously, and it certainly is. And it's because it's really going to change a lot of things, isn't it? Especially if you're going down the neurotoxicity route and those types of things. And these conversations, like you said, you're asking clients, what have you got on with? You know, is there anything you don't get on with? Is there anything else that you sort of do to try and back that up in regards to talking to their other half, what they need to tell you with feedback, stuff like this?
So, I mean, yeah, as in like broaching the subject with a client, like making sure their partners are on board. Yeah, so just for example, if they've done the usual circumstances, they've done it before, so their partner already knows about it. But if they want to try it for their first time, then yes, I will basically highlight all the potential side effects. And then it's a pretty obvious thing then that you need to speak to your other half about it, because yeah, imagine like you're having sex and then you do get that side effect where your jizz stinks. Your missus is going to think, what's going on?
What is
Are
that?
you okay?
Yeah. Because when Matt did a cycle of it, he just said it was like 3 weeks, and then he ended up getting like similar things to what you've described. So we decided together as a couple, he was going to come off it. But like he could just have sex and keep having sex, but not then needing to come again, but just keep having sex. And he was like, this is wild. And it's quite cool. Like, you know, some of the side effects are actually quite cool when you spin it on its head, but it is wild. And I can imagine, you know, how women would be like, you know, what is going on here? This is really weird.
Yeah, like just your partner just laying next to you in bed, just like the bed's drenched because they're sweating loads. They want to constantly have sex with you. They're going to want to know what's happening. So yeah, it's definitely better to communicate it for sure.
Yeah. And did you get any of the night sweats as well, or is it more like the panic attack and then you get out of bed?
That was it for me. That's the only side effect I got, which is annoying, which was the panic attacks. Otherwise, it was great for me. It worked really well. So it is annoying. Could I have got better results in my last few preps if I used it, if I didn't get those side effects? Probably. It's very, very effective. Like, it obviously builds muscle. We all know that, but it's also very effective at stopping muscle protein breakdown as well. So it's like double-ended. And that's why, you know, you can get that really nice look and effect to your physique when you use it in a competition prep. So yes, but it's not the be-all and end-all, and it's not a necessity. You still can get results without it.
Yeah, because of course, as well, like you said, training performance increasing. Again, it's something you do have to be aware of. Even just jumping on, you know, if your test is pretty low and you jump on even TRT, like you can notice differences in the gym to performance, right? So when you do something like you've described it and you go on Tren, it's like fucking hell. You've then got to be aware of tendons, ligaments, you know, what you're actually, the strain that you're putting your body under, especially deep in a deficit 6 weeks out. So again, it's something that maybe people would overlook and be like, well, this is fucking sick. But then it's like, where does that go? The ligaments and tendons are under pressure. You're maybe not sleeping. There's potential for injury, etc., isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't aromatize either. So like your estrogen doesn't go up. And we know that estrogen can be very protective. So yeah, for things like tendons and also your bones, it's also neuroprotective. So yeah, it doesn't do any of that. So yeah, again, that's another sort of like risk factor in addition to the fact that you're getting strong as fuck. So yeah, there's a few things that you definitely need to consider if you're going to chuck it in. But one thing about talking back to the dosages and things like that, you know, one of the reasons why it was given to cattle, right? It was given to cows. And it was given to cows at around 200 milligrams. Cows are fucking huge. What do you think it's going to do to someone that's about 80 kilos? Like, yeah, so you get guys that are coming, like, honestly, I had one guy that come to me once. He was like, he used in the previously 400 milligrams of Tren per week, and he was around like 80 kilos. That's madness. So you're using basically double the amount that they were given to cows.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh, well, I like what you said about Anavar as well, because it's certainly something I've explored myself more. When I last did my exposure, you know, automatically it was like we're going 10 per day. And then I was like, actually, I spoke to Tom and I was like, I'm going to be open and honest here. I want to see what I can do on 5. See, you know, what I'm feeling like. And then went up to 10 partway through the exposure and just kept it at, we ended up extending it to 8 weeks. But it was really cool to be like almost like a guinea pig to go, okay, what can I get away with on, you know, 5 milligrams, and then go from there. And there's certainly the titration of PEDs, which again, if you jump straight in at 400 Tren, where's that going to go? And sometimes people, you know, they come for consults about PEDs. Their stacks are wild. Absolutely wild. Yeah,
I agree. They often don't think about the like titrating up. They'll just be like, bang it in, let's go. But you're exactly right. That's the exact approach that I would take with someone if they did want to use it for the first time. Minimum effective dose always, right? So if you can get to a dose where, yes, we're getting great results out of that, we're getting some nice strength progressions compared to what we were getting before we added it in, and we're getting a nice little cosmetic benefit as well, and we haven't got any side effects at, I don't know, let's just say 90 milligrams or 80 milligrams, sorry, per week. It's an easy one to dose out. Why not just stay there? Why do we need to take it up from 80 milligrams? That's perfect.
Yeah. And of course, in future preps, you know, you could potentially, then you might start at the 80 and then you might go up a little bit. If someone becomes more competitive, they've got more muscle, they've done a prep, you know, they tolerate it, and then you're able to reintroduce it and they're aware of, you know, the side effects that can happen. And it's certainly something that, well, you know, from the podcast, it's something that needs to be talked about, because right at the start we said, if you're not nailing the fundamentals, things like food, training regularly, and sleep, like the basics of bodybuilding, put in something like gear in, you know, some people hit the fuck it button, like you said, 23 years old, fuck it, I'm going in. But ideally, you've got to think about things like TREN, the neurotoxicity in 20 years. Anabolic scientist said it on his one. He said, I'm not prepared for my wife to have to care for me in 20 years if I decide to take TREN. I don't know if it will cause dementia, but if it does, it's not me that's got to deal with it. It's her, and I'm not prepared to do it. And it's certainly a conversation to have for sure.
Yeah. I mean, that's the long-term effect that we just don't know if that could happen. Like, no one knows. Like, but it is, you know, we know for a fact that it is neurotoxic. So yeah, like that could potentially happen. And even worse than that, is short-term, it can lead to a lot of relationship problems. You know, like I said at the start of this pod, it amplifies what you are. If you're a slightly angry person, it'll make you super angry. That's not nice to be around. If you're, you know, it can make people super sexual. And unfortunately, luckily, I've never known anyone it's happened to, but you do hear of it happening, and it's people cheating on their partners all the time because they're just so horny. They just want to have sex with everything.
Yeah.
And then when you come off, you go back to normal. You'll be like, what have I done? Like, it's almost like you're a different person. Like, the trend does turn you into someone else, or to some degree. And it will, you know, if some people, unfortunately, it can make them have those thoughts that they want to have sex with everyone. So it's something you need to consider for sure.
Yeah, I said that to Dynamite, and he was like, never really thought of it like that someone would want to sort of cheat or whatever. But I also said to him, you know, if you're a female and maybe you're not even into bodybuilding and your other half's a bodybuilder, and then they take something like TREN and the increased sex drive, and then maybe, you know, you're busy or whatever, you can't keep up that demand of what they're asking for, the worry that might install in the relationship for the female. And then if the man does do it, and I know myself, like that few weeks that Matt did, like things change, your mood change. Like it was quite cool as an exploration for us as a couple, because we talk about it like you and Dee do it, but it was like, this is so wild that it like alters your thought processes.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy stuff, really, isn't it? The way that it works. I mean, I don't know the exact mechanisms of action that it does to the brain. I know it goes through the hypothalamus, the amygdala, and the glucocorticoid receptors as well. It can affect all of that. So it can really change how you think, which is mental, considering we're just taking it to get a bit bigger. So yeah, it is mad. So yeah, basically, like from my little segment, what I want everyone to take away from it really is that some people get on with it very, very well. If you've never done it before, and you really want to try it, start extremely low. If you start to notice any side effects that you don't like, you can easily come off or titrate back down again to get to a level where you're okay with. Yeah. Worst case scenario is you go in balls deep, absolutely just pin loads. You can end up cheating on your missus. You can end up gay. You can end up really angry. Obviously, these are extreme examples, but we've in the bodybuilding game, we've all heard of it happening. So it is a potential risk to think about, and it's getting bigger. You know, worth that risk when you could potentially use something else to still achieve great results. I mean, like I said, I've got the pro card this year without doing any TREN, so you can do it.
Yeah, for sure. What a little summary. Now, before I say goodbye, you've got to tell the listeners what you did before we went live, please. With
So it's nothing crazy. So I made a bowl of oats. I make a bowl of oats every day, and I thought I was putting salt on it. Ended up being pepper, and it actually tasted all right. So I think every now and again I'm going to have pepper in my oats now.
Why not? Guys, you here first. if anyone tries this, you must tag us on Instagram to say you've put your pepper in your oats, as recommended by Matt Parker, PCA Pro. Thank you, my G.
No worries, mate. Pleasure to be on the show again.
Bye. Well, we have me and my G. I've labelled this video for the YouTube watchers as the wild cards because I've spoken about your TREN use, of course, my Matt. I'm going to call you that because it's so cute. And I've touched on mainly the increased sex drive and how that felt when you were on TREN, and also the potential of how it started to essentially change how you were in a way. I think I recall saying that it was almost like you were fading away a little bit, but we haven't spoke about the experience with the red mist descending. So we will talk about that on this snippet, of course. But do we dive straight in and talk about the sex life amplification? Because that's what the listeners are here for, clearly.
OnlyFans subscription
Well,
available in bio.
I didn't know about that, guys, but
I've been filming it for ages.
the webcam
That's
was
great
set up.
content. 4K, you can pay extra for 8K.
Actually, I would say we start with, how would you summarize being on TREN in a sentence?
I would say that it was unexpectedly surprising.
The world's shortest sentence is now live on the Beyond Condition podcast. So when we talk about the sex life, now I was running 𝗪𝗏 at the same time, which is also known as well as TREN to potentially increase sex drive. Now, of course, TREN is notorious for the elements of feeling like your sex drive is just through the roof. Would you say for you that was something that was like straight away, or was it just more of like an increased desire? How would you sort of describe how you felt when you were on TREN?
I would say that anyway, besides taking anabolics, my sex drive has always been high, regardless. And then with adding testosterone base in, it increased, I would say, a mild degree, I would say. However, the frequency of hard-ons and the magnitude of those were definitely more profound. Also with proviron being in there as well, which some people know stronger than others for the frequency of those occurrences to happen. Well, I would say that TREN amplified it. I wouldn't say right away as soon as putting it in, but after certainly a week, almost definitely. And the desire increased. I would say there's more aggression, not in a like choking the living daylights out of you, no more than normal anyway. So that, but it was more the fact that you would finish multiple times and then there would be no downward escalation, and therefore you would just carry on going, and the desire, I mean the desire's always there anyway, but it was that was quite profound to the dose that I was taking.
And what was your dose?
So started on 50 milligrams per week and then moved up to 100 milligrams per week. And that most likely had bigger impact when obviously doubling the dose, but it was there already from even 50 milligrams. I think that being the biggest impact on kind of sexual performance, I guess you would call it.
Yeah. It's one of those things, isn't it? It's like, I've spoken a lot about this on the episode, where I think if you weren't expecting it as the male, but also as the female, that could be quite a hard position for either of you. Excuse the pun. I realised when that just came out of my mouth. But, you know, imagine not really knowing that that could be, I mean, would you say it's a side effect or could it be a good thing? In some cases, for us, it wasn't necessarily a negative, I would say. How that would feel, you know, for someone that is listening and maybe they're considering using TREN, how that feels compared to normal. It's trying to sort of be able to be as descriptive as possible, like you say, with the increased desire, but what that could potentially do to someone, you know, that maybe even on a higher dose and they've never experienced this before, how that would feel.
Yeah, I would say that if your relationship already is void of sexual contact and you're not having the frequency of interactions with your partner, or there isn't that connection there with your partner, or you're a female who, through having normal sexual intercourse with your partner, you don't really get satisfied and fulfilled in that same manner, it would be quite disruptive, maybe even like unnerving a little bit to a certain degree of experiencing that and not having the satisfaction, whereas the male is obviously having more pleasure, but also an increased desire and ability. And it's something that's noted off people who do take TREN, as you can kind of attest from other guests who've been on and talked about it, in terms of being more rampant in their desire to essentially fuck anything that moves. Now, for me personally, my attraction to anyone else, or even note of anyone else, and it's not me saying it just because you're on the podcast and this is me talking to you, didn't change, but my desire is solely focused on you all of the time, which is definitely different than how it's been in other relationships that I've been in the past. So had I have taken this in past relationships, it would have absolutely amplified my desire for other people outside of the relationship, especially because my sex drive has been over other people that I've been with over time, and that would have caused me to like look for even just other attention from other people. And it's not necessarily that that is your baseline to go and do that, but if you do have that impact, again, if you are with someone, you have sex with them, you want to continue having sex, but that person has finished, they don't want to have sex anymore, again, that as a male is kind of, you're almost getting turned down at that point. But you've got this almost raging hormone balance that is happening, and your ability to perform increases. And it's not like you get, I would say that you don't necessarily get the same satisfaction, you do, but it's almost like you're chasing more and more off the back of that. And if you're not fully satisfied with the partner that you're with, then I would imagine that that would then amplify you to looking elsewhere. And then, like I said, from a female's perspective, if you don't get the same satisfaction that a male or other females might get from just having sex with your partner, as opposed to like foreplay and doing everything else, because the desire is maybe more to have sex as opposed to get, you know, a climax from anything else. It's like that base hormonal drive to have sex. Yeah, for sure. And the aggression is definitely more there. And if you're able to, you know, release that with the partner that you're with, then yeah, it's cool.
It's being transparent, isn't it, as well, which is the undercurrent of the whole episode, you know, with TREN use, being able to actually, you know, your partner might not know anything about PEDs, but being able to say the likelihood of this happening, I mean, even over this episode, I think there's only been potentially 2 guests, maybe 3, that have said that they didn't really notice a sex drive increase. So being able to say to your partner, I'm going to try this and this could happen. And if it does, you are aware of it. Now, when we then look at the psychological changes that can occur, which did for you, that's something that is, I feel, on this episode being explored, as you don't actually notice it yourself. Now, this again, with communication with your other half, even if they don't really understand about PEDs, we made the decision to come off it together, because it got to the point where I was asking you questions and you were feeling different, but you couldn't really answer the questions, right? Like, it was like, notice that you're a bit more distant, and this is not me personally attacking you. It's like, there's something not right. And we didn't actually, I remember the walk clear as day. It was like, we hadn't actually attributed it to the TREN. It was like, is it work stress, etc., etc. But for me, it was like, I want to make sure I haven't caused anything, you know, if you're withdrawing for any reason or whatever. And that's our vibe anyway. And we're very, of course, grateful to have that in our relationship. But having that communication with the sex side of things is probably a bit easier, just talking out loud, in regards to, you can say, well, this is potentially going to happen and you're aware of it. Whereas for you, how did it feel? You know, when we spoke about it, you were like, actually, it does make sense, and I do feel different. How did it actually feel in your mind? Like, what was the sort of a way to describe it?
So I'd say, like, my initial experience of going on test, if we talk about that from just a mental health, well-being, sense of feeling, I came off the back of 𝗪𝗪 and then went essentially straight into assistance from never touching it before. And I wasn't expecting a sort of mental health, well-being boost from that, but I felt better within the first few days of kind of taking that. Certainly the first week, again, just better in myself. And that makes sense, obviously, from my natural test being pretty trash from like a 6-month diet, but that was a discernible difference. When we went into the TREN use, I would say that I was expecting to feel something, but what that something was, I hadn't really thought too much into it because I don't want to manifest something out of that, which is where like the sexual performance side of stuff was like, this wasn't a problem before, now it's an assistance. I didn't realize that was the assistance we were getting from this. But when it comes to the psychological side, I wouldn't say that I noticed anything immediately, certainly not even in those first couple of weeks. From that. There was no discernible difference. The sleep potentially started to, like, I was just hotter, but I sweat a lot anyway, and when I was kind of taking it, it wasn't particularly warm outside, so it wasn't really transferable there. What I would say is it almost felt like there was another version of me kind of living in my head, which I know is something that I referenced before because that was the best way to kind of describe it. But it was almost an emotional withdrawal from not really having as much feeling, not really having as much connection to things that I was saying or things that I was hearing, and most definitely a lack of or a removal of a portion of empathy, and that certainly escalated as I continued to take it and increased the dose. And it was just really a kind of misunderstanding of why people weren't able to do certain things, or why they couldn't just be more to the point, or just get on and just crack on and do this. And this would be watching media, interactions with people. There would just be a little bit more of a snappiness, and I was certainly more decisive when I was able to kind of have questions or things like that, but I wouldn't be thinking about it or pontificating about it and then making a decision. So I would say that it was more of the sort of empathy withdrawal would be that. And then it wasn't until we spoke about it that I was like, oh yeah, that has actually changed. And it wasn't anything that I kind of thought about. It was just I would say a gradual, but it was a fairly rapid gradual when it started to happen. And then that kind of thought feeling of like something else being in my head or someone else being in my head was like, it was almost like the quieter or withdrawal version of me, which I've done over years because of interactions with people, being let down by people, like not having good connections with people. Because like, you know, I'm cool, I can just be me and I can be me by myself and I don't need anything from anyone else. So it's quite easy for me to kind of withdraw back into that anyway and just be like, well, I'm good by myself, like in terms of, and that's not between me and you, it's just the interactions that I'm looking to get from people would withdraw or reduce over time. But then when it was kind of, I guess it would be, and I thought about this at the time, like when you were going through prep and you don't have that same energy that you can kind of pour into interactions that we would have, it was kind of like that, but obviously increased at a more rapid scale. And obviously it was introduced during like a mini cut, so I had also been dieting at the same time, but there's no way that that would have happened without the use of TREN at that time. So I'd already done a harsh mini cut before that without it. And it was more to explore that. And one of the reasons to take it, besides being advised by my coach at that time to take it and deploy it at that time, was also to feel what that feels like, to also be able to relate to people, who either come to me and want to go on TREN or are on TREN, or have discussions to have about it. And interestingly, I've had multiple conversations with people who didn't know what it was, didn't know what it did, and you can know a list of interactions, you can know, you know, the mechanisms and everything else, and the recommended doses, and the relative studies and anecdotal stuff, but I believe that if you're going to be giving out advice to a certain degree, having a known feeling of that, same as kind of dieting. If you haven't done an extreme diet and you're taking someone through an extreme diet, you don't know what they think, you don't know what they feel, you don't know how that impacts everyone else around them. I'm not saying every coach needs to go out and do TREN, but it should probably be a consideration
If
as
you're
opposed to
being
just
advised.
reading research and saying those kind of things, because it definitely changed my perspective on that in a multitude of things. And I already had somewhat reservations around taking it based upon the benefit versus risk to reward ratio. So that, yeah, that's how I would kind of surmise it. It was very interesting to exist in your own head without being able to necessarily pull you back, because you could say, this is what's happening, this is how I feel, know how you did feel before, but there was no feeling of being able to kind of pull that back necessarily. There wasn't something that you could tap into and go, well, I should feel like this and now I can.
And
It was
I'll
more
do
like
this
just
about it.
stop.
Yeah, because that is why there is a lot of talk around people can change their whole life, come off TREN and go, oh, what have I done? And that's my fascination around it. Also, exactly what you said there, and you're always one to run past ideas for the podcast with you, and you empowered doing this episode, because as we know, it's been a big project to get it together. But you've overheard me editing, you know, the personal anecdote for something like this, like you just described, you know, if you're advising someone to take something, having personal anecdote, I believe, combined with the knowledge, you know, at least you can potentially lay out if these things may occur, or if they do, you can say, well, I actually felt this way, let's talk about it, rather than I've got no idea what this person's going through. And it is certainly something that I feel people will be able to, hopefully this episode will get in many ears where people can go, okay, this is the potential side effects, as it were. Now, the last thing I wanted to talk to you about was that incident with what you described as the red mist. So again, another association to TREN, potentially increased rage, anger, whatever we want to call that. Now, the experience we had out in public, I'm building this up like it's
Like I
okay,
killed
guys. Matt was in prison for a short space. He wasn't, but I think this would be a great way to wrap up our segment in regards to what that felt like when you did experience this heightened rage, as it were.
Yeah. So I'm not an outwardly aggressive person, I would say. However, over the time of receiving sort of instances over my life of kind of bullying and things like that in my younger years, and then fighting, and then being pretty good at that, certainly, and building that over time, I found myself with a need to prove myself in my own mind in instances. And then over the years, I really worked on kind of just bringing me back, and therefore I'd rather avoid confrontation, and I like to just get on with everyone, and if I can't, then I just ignore those people, and that's fine. So I've felt instances of like rage and things like that before, and that was mainly tied to previous experiences and hang-ups that I had, which have now been completely let go of. But since we've been together and the connection that we have, I feel an overwhelming sense of protection for you because of things that we've spoken about and things that have happened to you. Like, I know you can kind of handle yourself and things like that, but it's like you have me, so you don't need to do that. And I will happily step in wherever necessary. But when I was taking TREN and we were out for that walk, there was someone who just walked a little bit closer to you than I would have liked. And I just all of a sudden felt this urge to almost pull you out of the way and just hit them. It was just a pure, like, if they had bumped into you, I think I would have just launched, well, I know that I would have just launched into whatever that would have been, and I don't know what that would have ended up like. And that was a real like moment where I was like, fuck, that was it. Like all of the rage that I'd felt before was in that instant. It was just there. And I definitely carried that around in terms of an enhanced feeling of protection around you during that time. And I know that's there anyway, regardless, because we've had conversations about stuff, but certainly at higher doses and with what has been there previously and how I like to handle confrontation anyway. I'm not one to exchange words and just talk about stuff. It's like, if we've got a problem, then either just leave it or there's a problem. And that's not like me bigging anything up. It's just like, that's how I've learned to deal with things over time. And then with that in the mix of drugs, and this is where I think the interaction and talks around these things, when it's relationships, and this is a big conversation that I have with clients or people who consult with me about going on PEDs, is it's not just what is the outcome that you are looking for. It is not just what is the visual representation of what's happening with your physique. It is also, you are a person, you have thoughts, you have feelings, you have tendencies, you have previous experiences that can manifest themselves when you dramatically, I say dramatically, change your hormonal balance and profile. And then you are let into the open world, because you are not someone who just gets transported from home to the gym. There is a car drive there. There is people cutting you up. There are conversations in the gym. There are home conversations. There are stressors. And especially with something like TREN, if you do suffer with the sleep aspect side of things, many people who don't take TREN, who are listening to this, will be able to attest how much snappy they are, how much shorter of temper they are, how much a smaller thing will spark you off. Then if you have a combination of something that is transforming your hormonal profile and making you snappier, bringing those things out, and then you are sleep deprived on top of that, these are all things to consider when you are weighing up getting a little bit leaner or looking a little bit more jacked. Maybe it's a lot more jacked, but maybe that is a conversation if you are. And I had this conversation with someone who I know for a fact has a temper, someone who is very handy, and they were considering taking it at a much more extreme dose than I was, and they didn't understand any of these things.
And the decision was no, wasn't it?
And the decision in the end was no, after I described what can happen, not what would happen. But I believe that if you could split test it with this person and everyone else was safe in the vicinity of this person, that those things would come true and they would happen. And then you do have that conversation afterwards, like you say, when people come off and they go, fuck, what have I done? Like, you tried to use this compound and then you totally spun your life out. And for some people, that's not going to be the case, but for you, it might be. And that is where these kind of conversations, and again, like why the encouragement of these discussions can and are beneficial, I believe, because it's not just looking at a study or a dose and saying this is the input output. It's making people aware of the magnitude of the decisions that they're making. And I think a lot of people make these decisions fairly flippantly because the guy at the gym can say some stuff and you can take it and you'll get bigger or you'll get more jacked or you'll whatever the outcome is. So yeah, those are my experiences out of a relatively mild dose, or in comparison to what most people would take and go in on. Again, this person was going to go in at 400 milligrams.
Yeah. Would you take it again?
We've had this discussion.
That's why I've got to ask them on here, guys. You know me, like to throw the questions out.
I've thought about this quite a lot since we have spoken about it. And I feel like I'm in such a good place mentally, and that my sort of thoughts and feelings, certainly around androgens and everything else, to the point that I don't believe that I would at this point. The main thought process there is I don't want to lose or sort of convolute the person I am right now. I feel like everything is good and I don't have any reason to get a benefit from it. I think if I was going to take my physique even further and that was a last resort, as in that was going to make a discernible difference. And I don't believe that for the negative impact that it has on me sleeping and getting everything that I need out of it, I believe that I can pull levers on other compounds that would allow me to get a similar result without the negative. So no.
Really? I didn't know the answer to that one, guys. You heard it here first. Amongst over 4 hours of juicy content. Well, we are in the same house, but I will say thank you anyway, of course, for coming on this episode. And How do we say goodbye on this one? Because we're sitting next to each other. Over in Tren. No, that doesn't rhyme with over and out. Tren soon.
Tren in, Tren out. Let's go training.
We are actually going to the gym shortly. So thank you, Matt. And we will be on to the next guest.
Bye.
Okay, guys, we're starting the Tren episode with Tim. Now, we've recorded an episode and we're rolling straight into his experience with Tren, and we keep seeing fireworks appear in his backdrop. So we're on. So you've got to watch the YouTube video for this part, because he's currently surrounded in an office by fireworks. And actually, this could symbolize your experience with Tren. Now, I don't know how high you run Tren, what your experience has been, but maybe we start with when you first tried it.
Straight out of the womb. No.
I love that.
No. When was it? 2018, I think it was my first prep. So coming into my first show, I used it 300 meg a week. So, you know, they say the clinical dose is like 50 meg a week from what, you know, they've tested and tried, whatever. So I was on like 6 times the clinical dose, which is, I think, quite a lot. But, you know, my coach put me on it and I got absolutely shredded, and I looked absolutely insane. I looked like a freak. So I was happy, obviously, and I won my show. So is it worth it? Yeah, definitely.
And did you notice, so when you put that in, did you notice a big change in any mental thought processes at all?
You know what? No, I have never, ever struggled mentally with Tren. Ever. I've never had night sweats. I've never had the side effects of it. So I think my body copes with it really well, if that is such a thing. But I've never had the side effects from it, and I don't know why, but I feel great when I'm on it. I feel, you know, like I've got loads of energy. I feel fantastic. I mean, to be honest, it's a bit of a strange one. I think this year is the first year that I've experienced where I've come off it and I actually feel a bit more level as such, not so much up and down. But overall, I've had a good experience with it. I've never, so this year I think was the lowest dosage I've taken it. It was like 150 meg a week, because I don't like to run high dosages of it, you know. I know like some men's physique guys will run like 700 meg a week of it, you know, which is, I know guys that run a gram a week of it. It's just crazy. It's a crazy amount. Like, you know, it's like, okay, I mean, is more better? I don't know. I don't know. I've done research into it, and it's, you know, it does decline your mental health. It gives you brain rot as such, but there's no real side effects of it. You know, they say the side effects are like night sweats. Your mood is up and down. You're very aggressive. I have none of that. I think it really depends on what sort of character you are in the first place.
I do. Yeah, it's like anything you take a lot of the time, even alcohol. You know, it's like if someone's pretty angry anyway, or a bit pent up, you know, they have alcohol, and it's like, bloody hell, you know, this person's turned into a raving lunatic. And actually, that's been a bit of an undercurrent for this episode. Like you said, there is some studies and a bit out there, but Tren in particular, it's like people take it, but then you hear all of these stories and you're like, whoa. And I feel like personal anecdote for a lot of PEDs is actually useful to someone that's maybe going to try it, you know? Yeah,
absolutely. Like, I'm probably, people on this are probably listening and be like, oh, Tren, yeah, I'll use it because Tim finds it all right. But it's like, no, it's different with everyone. It really is. Like, I know lots of guys that have had very bad episodes on Tren, like paranoia, like thinking their missus is cheating on them or whatever, you know, just because they've been so hyped up on Tren. Like, it's just not, yeah. I mean, for some people, it just won't work with you. And there are so many different alternatives out there. You don't have to use Tren. I think this is what people get mistaken with. So to be a bodybuilder, you don't have to use Tren. There are so many PEDs out there that are safer for your use, you know, they're going to cause less brain dysfunction, because that's number one thing of TREN. You know, what I've read is brain dysfunction. So it essentially rots your brain. Your Alzheimer's, you know, so who wants that? I mean, it'll probably be the last time that I do use TREN, to be honest. Yeah, and that's just because I like my health. You know,
of course, when we do push up your bodybuilding career, or whatever we want to call it, you know, up the ranks per se, it's like there's a lot more that we consider that we're willing to do to continue pursuing the sport. And TREN in particular, like you said there, you outlined it perfectly, what will potentially happen in 20 years. And we do need to consider this, you know, but when you're in the heat of the moment, it's like, well, you know, I'm pursuing this, and particularly if you have a positive effect, I guess, you know, I know people that will do TREN have a terrible effect, and you say, will you do it again? And they're like, well, yeah, because I need to for my bodybuilding. So it's like...
Yeah, exactly. They feel like they need to, and it's like, well, okay, there's loads of other PEDs out there, so you can happily use other PEDs which will have less side effects on your brain, you know. So that's what I would do going forward, because I want longevity, you know. There's the safer usage model out there, which is essentially, okay, you've got your safer use PEDs, which you know, at dosages which, yeah, if you don't want to be an open bodybuilder, you can take lower dosages of it. And it's like, you don't have to take TREN. It's not the be all and end all of all drugs. Yes, it's very effective, but you can take others that are just as good.
Did your other half notice any changes in you at all?
No, I don't know. Not that she said. Yeah. She might, I don't know, she might not have communicated it to me, but
hiding from you.
Yeah. But as far as I'm aware, no. The thing I find with prep, a lot of it is energy, isn't it? So you don't know whether it's the TREN, you don't know whether it's the level of test, you don't know whether it's the mass, you don't know whether it's the low calories,
the diet,
cardio. You don't know what it is out of all those factors that is making you a little bit lower on energy, or a little bit, you know, I don't know. Because I'm not an angry person, you know. I don't get angry. I don't feel like, I don't have these rage fits or whatever, you know, which some guys can do on TREN. So I've got quite good patience. So I think I manage that really well, and that's just how I am as a person. So whether I'm on TREN or not, I will just continue to be that way. You know, it's like, yeah, you do have a little less tolerance for certain things, but I think that's the case of taking less bullshit. You know what I mean? Like,
it's not like driving.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's that person pulled out for? And it's like, hold on a minute, they've just pulled out. We're fine, guys. It's the TREN.
Yeah. It's the TREN. It's like, oh my god, you little fucking old lady crossing the road, how dare you? It's like, okay, I'm on TREN. Yeah.
It's super cool actually, because a few of you on the episode have given good reports of it, and then we've got the polar opposite. So the reason I say it's super cool is people can actually listen and go, okay, so there is some serious risks behind this, but if I'm going to do it anyway, could I actually listen and go, well, I'm quite a calm person like Tim, maybe it could go quite well, or am I quite an angry person, maybe it won't go so well. So thank you for coming on, and I'm glad you've had a positive experience in regards to mood, etc.
That's all right. Just don't take it to a ridiculous amount, like any PED, and you should be all right. It's when you start abusing PEDs, that's when things go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, again, another undercurrent of a lot of the episodes I do, looking at, you know, there's merit in, if you're pushing the pro card, etc., the safer use model may not be as appropriate if you're looking to become extremely competitive. There is going to be exposures to higher dosages, etc., but why not try and get the most from the least, and then you can titrate up rather than holy shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you have, right, here's another thing. If you have shit genetics, don't think that you're going to take TREN and it will make a world of difference.
Thank you for saying that.
It will not.
Yeah, it's a very, very important message. You can tell by my change in tone, because this sport, if you're pursuing it, it does have a big emphasis on your genetics, and we need to look at what the fundamentals of bodybuilding are. Can you do a prep? Do you enjoy doing a prep? Can you tolerate it? Ideally, before you start looking at, I'm going to use TREN in a prep or whatever, you know, are you really wanting to invest into this sport? That might be from the off, right? You get into a prep. I think you did your first prep assisted, didn't you? And it's like, that's what I want to do. But you knew you wanted to do it, and you've been training for years, rather than sort of like overnight, suddenly you're using PEDs and you're not even tracking your food, you know?
I've been training for 14 years. I was 30 years old when I did my first cycle. So, you know, at that point, I'm like, right, I am now responsible enough to decide what I am able to handle and what I can't handle. So let's just try it and see how it goes. And it went well for me. So the same cannot be said if you are 16 years old.
And you're using test, just replacing your natural test. Why not, Tim? Why not? I say that as a joke, but...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Why not just change our hormonal profile at the age of 16 when we're still trying to grow and have our normal performance?
Use that natural test.
Yeah. Oh, man. If you are 16 or around that age, just eat and lift. That's all you need to do. Your body will do the rest.
Yeah. And then when you get to 30, you might try a bit of chemistry and see what happens. Maybe you will win a pro card one day, but we will see.
Unfortunately, I think Chris Bumstead has made that impossible for a lot of young people, because they just want to be Chris Bumstead, don't they? So,
or 𝗪𝗪𝗏 now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh Jesus, he's ruined it for every person going.
You see people at the gym. I don't know about you, but I've seen people at the gym drinking chocolate milk. Now that wasn't a thing. Now it is.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh man, it's good though, because 𝗪𝗪𝗏 actually eats, you know what I mean? Like, he has the calories, which a lot of people, when they take PEDs, they don't eat to try and get big. It's like they just think PEDs will be the answer. It's like, no. So at least 𝗪𝗪𝗏, you know, I've got one good thing to say about him. Like, he does eat with it and he does train hard. So at least there's that. But yeah, a lot of young people will be watching these influencers these days and hopping on PEDs because of them. When I don't know about you, but when I was 16 years old, I had no idea what steroid was.
No, honestly, like when I first got into competing, I didn't even know females would take them. Like I just thought, you know, particularly bikini, obviously, you know, the more muscular categories, yes, okay, but bikini, I never in a million years thought there would be steroid juice.
No, it's mad. It's mad to think, but now it's there for everyone to see. So yeah, you can educate people about it, but people are going to do it either way, I think, these days. Like, it's just, yeah, we're gonna have a generation of like huge friggin' teenagers in like 10 years time. Everyone's gonna be like 𝗪𝗪𝗏, you know.
Yeah, and it just worries me, of course, then the longevity, like we've spoken about, where does that end? But of course, we will keep trying to spread the message as we do. And thank you for being part of the TREN Tales, my friend.
You are welcome. TREN Tales, like that. It's like Tales of 𝗪𝗪𝗏, isn't it? The Tales of Trenbury. Yeah.
Trenbolone sandwiches. Thank you, my friend.
Love it. You are welcome. Thank you.
Bye. Okay, guys, now we are moving into Will. I'm going to call you Will on this episode, or the anabolic scientist. I can't hold back. Now, we're going to talk about your experience with TREN. So the main thing is the doses you've tried, your personal anecdote, and essentially why you implemented TREN. And I've had some very mixed stories, as you can imagine. So where should we start? When was the first time you tried TREN?
You know what? My first ever competitive season, funnily enough. I'd used gear for like probably two or 3 years before that. Yeah, because I was 20, I think I was 23 when I first competed. So I used gear for about 2 or 3 years prior to that. Yeah, started when I was 23 to then, and then I never touched it until prep, and then used it for that first prep season. That was the season where I referring to other podcasts we did the other day, where I was robot mode, and I just said jump how high. I think he gave me 450 for that. He gave me a lot of drugs like this. I've still not touched that level of drugs then. And it was bizarre because it was like 23, I'm now 31, 8 years ago. and I've probably put on 40 to 50 pounds since then. He gave me about 3 grams of drugs a week, very close. Yeah, probably it might be exaggerating, it might be like 2.7, but like the first start of that prep cycle was, I know this is a TREN discussion, but just a very brief one. 1,100 TREN, 1,100 test, not TREN, not test. 800 EQ, 600 DECA, 30 milligrams of D-bol a day, and GH, and thyroid. Yeah, he just threw it at me for the first half. And then in the back end, it was, I think the test was 300 every other day. The TREN was 150, MAST was 150, and then Winstrol was 100 a day, something like that. Yeah, so the first one was like 450, but that was just like straight, like drugs, have it. I've never gone back to those dosages again because it was far excessive. I mean, when I tied my shoelaces, my head felt like it was going to explode. Yeah, I mean, I had veins on my abs at like 12 weeks out, so nowhere near as lean as I should have been. Sorry, should have been for a show anyway, but you know what I mean? Like body composition wasn't show ready. But yeah, never doing that again. And I never did. So then second season, kind of like 150 to 300, third season about 300, 400, about the same for the next one. And then I think this is season 5 or 6, can't quite remember. I think it's 5. I think it's 5th season. Can't remember. We went through it on the previous podcast, so whatever number it amounts to, can't be asked recalling it. But this one I did, started off at 300, ended up at 500. I think 1 week I did 600, but in all honesty, I just went, I can't be fucking asked putting that much oil in me, so no. So yeah, that's dosages wise. Comparison between dosages, I don't really see much of a performance benefit from 300 to 500. I've not really evaluated the lower end, like 50 to 150, because I think Dave talked about this on a podcast, on the Think Bodybuilding podcast, with a TREN researcher recently, who reckoned, again, I apologize if this is misquoting, I think it's correct, between 50 and 150 is kind of like the sweet spot between getting some effects. So obviously you're not going to get like more drugs do more drug things, right? But 50 to 150, you get some of the positive stuff of TREN, and then you get you don't have as much of the, or the negative side effects don't significantly set in at that point. That balancing sort of thing. I think that's what he was trying to get at. But have a listen to the podcast for clarity. Don't take my word. Like actually go listen to it. It's a very good podcast. Think Bodybuilding. If you just type in Think Bodybuilding TREN, it'll be one with him, Scott McNally, and a TREN researcher. Very informative and good.
Getting that education as well, isn't it? With something like TREN, This is why I wanted to do this episode and get sort of personal anecdote, because everyone hears like, whoa, TREN does this to you. The undercurrent I find, maybe similar to you, is that is it worth, if you have the mental health kickback, what you're actually getting from using it? Yeah,
exactly. So, and that was the focal point. I think they dig into like the sciencey side of things from that, because the guy's I think from my knowledge anyway, he's either researched into the psychological impact of TREN, or I think it's just the psychology side of things. I don't think he's an actual, because, well, there isn't research in TREN stuff, not that much of it anyway. But I think it's a psychological impact, and there are plenty of people who look into the psychological impact from a research standpoint of PEDs. But like you say, the anecdote is so important because it's so fucking variable. And my experiences with it, with psychology, some people I know have, when they would describe themselves when they're on TREN as borderline, and again, this is not to trigger anybody, but borderline rapey with sex drive. I don't get that at all, especially not the back end of prep. I'm like, just what? No, that looks like effort. No. But I don't know, maybe it's because I'm married, I'm 31, and I fucking love my wife. Like, if it was just us two on the planet, I would be happy as Larry. Like, if I couldn't have sex with her for the next 10 years, I wouldn't give a shit. Like, I mean, I miss it, but like, it's not a big thing for me. But I'm different, so different. So that's never really a thing. Maybe it'd be different in the off season, but I don't use it in the off season because it's such a neurotoxic drug, and that's not from a mental side effects aspect. We'll talk about that. So it has been associated in quite a few studies now to permanently damage brain cells irreversibly. So I minimize my exposure to TREN as much as humanly possible from the time of exposure side of things. I treat it as like a secret weapon that's in a chest that stays locked in that box until it is time to deploy it in and fucking out as fast as possible. Well, not as fast as possible, but basically prep, right? Like, I prep once every 2 years pretty much. So, but yeah, so that's what I would advise for everybody. You know, if it makes you feel good in the off season, you can use other drugs for that. It's not worth it. How you're feeling now, versus when you are older. And the research on the brain degradation side of things is linked to the same mechanisms, as a kind of loose summary, as Alzheimer's and dementia formation. Now you've got these things called plaques, and these plaques, this is actually, funnily enough, in my lab where I've done most of my PhD, the NMR group, the nuclear magnetic resonance group, that's the technique we use to study things. I was kind of like the guy who was doing different stuff, not special, but out of the group, the vast majority of the group were researching into these plaque-based disorders, Alzheimer's, dementia, mental disorders, and these things are kind of like little magnets in a sense, but it's like in a chain reaction where once one amyloid sticks to another, it kind of goes off in a cascade that's a little bit uncontrollable, and they shift between two very stable and unstable states. And the biology behind it and the biophysics, the molecular side, is fucking horrendously complicated. So I won't even begin to touch on that. But the crux of this is, it is such a complex disease. And I've sat on presentations for many of these guys as to how they've elaborately constructed experiments to try and logically stop this weirdly flexible protein, these amyloids, from doing what they do that should work on paper, but they don't. And that's because of the nature of their unpredictability. Anyway, the big serious thing, and I have always maintained that Alzheimer's and dementia, I would rather die any other way than that. It is the cruelest fucking disease ever. Like,
horrendous.
My Steph's nan died from it, and they lived with it for about 15 years, and I don't know how. I would, yeah, anyway, horrific disease. And for me, anything, some people say, oh, well, yeah, it's only been associated. Okay, well, those diseases are progressive in nature. The incidence of them and the likelihood of you encountering those diseases increases as you get later on in life. So there's already that pro-risk factor with an age-related component. Yes, there is a huge genetic component behind it, but unless you know, why would you fuck with it? So first and foremost, I'd say if you've got a history of Alzheimer's, dementia in your family, don't even think about it. Certainly not in the off season. And then if you're going to use it in prep, well, you need to think long and damn hard about whether or not it's worth it, because that's something you can't reverse. You can reverse some of the cardiovascular side effects. You can, improve your kidney health once you stop using gear, as long as you haven't caused, to a certain extent, it depends on damage, right? But all of the damage that you cause to your organs and so on, you can, depending on how far you are a dickhead, you can pull some of that back. You can't unfuck that. It's impossible. And there is no treatment that resolves it. You are stuck with it, and that is your brain. Once that goes, you're fucked. And not just you, but the loved ones you leave behind. Now, again, it's not to say in any way, shape, or form that people with Alzheimer's and stuff have, intentionally done something to their loved one. You can't, I don't think there's ever going to be a cause and effect, like TREN causes Alzheimer's. But if I'd known that I was contributing to that, obviously you won't know when you have it because, well, you have Alzheimer's, but when you end up in the pearly gates or in the fiery pit or whatever the construct of the afterlife that you believe in, I would hate to feel like when I can, in my ghostly presence, I can see the mess that's left, that I'd contributed to that. Anyway, philosophical shit aside, wow, that went deep.
This is what TREN actually, some people experience that they do go deeper into their own, mind, and there's certain thought processes that are brought about by TREN use. Again, not everybody, some people have extremely positive effects and absolutely love it. Whereas I know, one of the other guests said he's never going to touch TREN again because it literally shifts his mindset like he's a different person. And it's only when you put TREN in. So, it's weighing up as well. He was talking about, the relationship and how he would push everyone away because from implementing TREN. So you need to be able to notice that in yourself. So is it worth the muscle sparing qualities to then be alone and divorced? You know what I'm saying? There's those thought processes.
It makes you, and the research is quite, I cannot remember the mechanism. I need to trying to memorize it at some point. But there is something relatively concrete about it making you cold and switching off your your desire to your tribe. Our ancestral tendency is as a tribe-based culture to interact with people, right? To one-to-one as we're doing, and remove all the modern life shit, but which is bad enough because we're communicating through fucking video right now. But yeah, there is a very firm thing where the trend is, and that to a certain extent, I almost think that that's probably the most common thing that most people experience, that disconnect. There is something firm, I'd say relatively concrete biologically that's going on with that. So that's one. It's not like a if, it's a when and to what extent. And that is, my wife has said in previous seasons, she can tell when I'm on trend. Even this season, she can tell. This season for me, I think because as I've had more exposure to it over multiple seasons, and I've been conscious of the effects, and I guess she's the only relationship I've been in where I've actually properly given a shit or given a shit. Not that I haven't ever given a shit previously, you know what I mean? I'm not an asshole, but
yeah.
When there's a very big difference between being with the person that you want to spend the rest of your life with and how you hold yourself accountable and how you reflect on your actions and speech and stuff like that, versus when you're just with someone who you fancy because they're nice and you get on well with them. With her, I analyze every decision I make that ends up in a position where I feel like she's either been upset, annoyed, etc. And it's, what can I do to be better? How should I have handled that? Was there a you component or is it an us component? Whatever. Anyway, and
but that comes with decisions to make to use certain PDs, doesn't it? You're going to speak with your other half.
Well, we just had this on yesterday's walk where I said, do you know what? I look back through my photos and from the Manchester through till the British and the World, and just looking at my composition and things throughout, because TREN's prized for not just aggression in the gym and tissue retention. It's a very, very powerful drug, arguably the most powerful drug, milligram for milligram, from all the things that we want from it. It also increases glycogenesis, either from either it increases glycogenesis, the ability of the body to make glycogen, or the ability of the body to store glycogen, or both. That's where it gets the granite-like look, because muscles go aromatized, so it's dry. It doesn't make you drier, but it doesn't increase your estrogen status to then cause fluid retentive properties. There is a prolactin element, yes, which then means if you have a background of high tests, prolactin does things at the estrogen receptor that make you more sensitive to the effects of estrogen. So yeah, it can contribute to that or make it worse, and that's where you get some of the associated erectile dysfunction things from TREN in those environments, but it's not through itself directly anyway. So all of those things, that's why a lot of people will use it. There's just plus points from that's why it's such a highly prized prep drug. There's loads of pluses, right? But when I've actually objectively gone back and looked at my look and thought, well, when I didn't have it in, so this prep, the early part of my season was test nandrolone, and nandrolone, for those that aren't familiar, chemical names is DECA and MPP, but I don't like using the non-chemical names where possible. Masteron or drostanolone, and DHB. Again, I'm not going to advertise DHB, but I respond really well to it. Less commonly used drug. Most people don't use it because it hurts. Well, hurts when it's shit, but if you have a good source, then it's good. And yeah, my look on that was X, introduced TREN, dropped the nandrolone, and had a look back through my photos over the course of the season. And while I got leaner, I didn't feel like my physique actually, it just looked like I was just getting leaner. Nothing changed in terms of pop, hardness, aside from the hardness that you'd expect from getting leaner. And I finished this season at 500 milligrams, and I thought, you know what, is this? Because for me, effects and side effects wise, the effects, let's count that as an effect side, and it will, again, I could be, it's kind of hard when you're looking through things as a trajectory throughout the season, and you've got things like getting leaner and then your physique getting more tired
and your mind, yeah.
But there wasn't like a bam, wow, I look better, like this is the missing ingredient. I didn't find that at any point throughout prep. So next season, as an FYI, I'm probably gonna either remove it or just stick it at 50 to 150. I'm gonna have a think about it when it gets to that point. But I found the combo I had before was absolutely fine. So the test DECA nandrolone, /Masteron, and DHB, that worked really well. And then when I add in things like Winstrol and Superdrol, for example, those add that little bit more fullness, that little bit more granite aspect to it, and the vascularity. that combo worked really well for me personally. Again, no combo works well universally for everybody, so you got to try these things. But I think that gives me a very acute, like, oh wow, when super drill comes in, it's like it's super drill time. I respond so well to that. Again, not everybody does. Some people prefer like halo tests and things like that. But yeah, I didn't have that flick that you would expect that TREN is advertised to do. But what I do have, my anxiety is early on in the first, I think for me, I've determined that I have about an 8-week pressure cooker timer set for it. And I think, referring back to the other podcast where I said I lost my shit at the British just randomly in that week, everything just fell apart. And it just persisted from that point. Even though Matt had taken over my coaching, my anxiety was still there, still through the roof. But I had to work really hard to keep my head in check. And it was weird because even though someone was taking the reins, there was no anxiety over decision making. I was like, so I trusted him wholeheartedly. Everything was good. I was looking on point, best I've ever looked. Everything was perfect. No reason for me to be anxious or to feel self-doubtful or my self-esteem to be on the floor. And yeah, there's diet fatigue and all that sort of stuff, but I don't really. It doesn't plummet me. It's separate. Like, I feel physically tired, unmotivated, demotivated. That's a very different feeling from the anxiety, the background anxiety of trying to come in, the constantly questioning your decisions or constantly questioning who you are. And that, for me, I find 8 weeks is about my spot where that starts to go to shit. Because I tracked back through with it with Steph on the walk the other day. I said, I think about this point, this is where things started to go. So that for me is a big one. Night sweats I don't really get too much. I had them kind of intermittently, kind of like once a week, but towards the back end of prep, I don't know why, but it happened like 3 or 4 times a week. I think there's probably a component when it comes to how much food you have, because the back end of prep, I was having more and more high days to try and keep the physique alive. And I think it probably did corroborate with that. And when I mean night sweats, I mean like it felt like I'd pissed the bed, really, and that is awful because then I'm like, right, okay, I have to wake up, sleep on top of the duvet, but I'm freezing. Do I sleep downstairs? So that's really, really annoying. And sleep, again, people don't really appreciate how important it is for recovery, but it's your number one tool. So that my triggers definitely get worse on TREN, and my triggers are driving and technology not doing as it's supposed to do. So if someone is driving stupidly or not indicating, I won't swear at them, but I will like shout at the top of my lungs in the car, like on TREN. If I'm myself, I won't shout at the top of my lungs. I might be like, fuck you, you asshole, indicate. Not to the person, just to repeat. I'm not a dangerous or aggressive driver. I would never, ever, ever do that. Shouting at the steering wheel is, if Alexa recorded things in my car, believe me, you don't want to replay it. It's horrifying. You'd probably put me in you'd probably section me, honestly. But again, I'd never do any harm to anybody else, never have done, never been in a non-competitive fight anyway, but whatever. So that, and then technology, if things don't do as they should do, like things are taking 1 million hours to load and all that kind of crap, like, and I'll just shout at the phone. There's an embarrassing incident the other day where I thought Steph was at the house and I did it. She was like, what on earth has happened there? I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, sorry, I thought you were out. Then she was upstairs, she heard me, like, and our ceilings are pretty high, they're like 3 meters high, so she was like all the way up here. She won't hear me down there, but she could when I was anyway. So, and I always feel really embarrassed when I say stuff like that, but that's the whole point, truth. So
yeah, well, I feel like this episode in its entirety as well, obviously sharing personal anecdote, but if someone was to listen, or what I like is if someone's listening that has a partner, so if a female's listening, their partner goes on TREN and they start hearing, experiencing things that you've just sort of listed, or the other guests, it's like, okay, could that be to do with the TREN rather than they don't like me anymore, or something's wrong in the relationship? So again, really, really rate what you said there about actually having a conversation with Steph, because me and Matt talk about both of our PD use. It's a communication, because same with you, we love each other and we actually do love each other. So thank you for sharing and being honest. I knew you would be, because you are a legend. But I will let you go to walk with your beautiful wife, and thank you again, my friend.
Can I give just one little tip for anybody that does want to use TREN? Well, 2 tips as a summary. 1, self-audit. If you have got a partner, if you're fortunate enough to have someone who can do that with, do what I do with Steph. I reviewed what we this season with TREN on that walk, and I said, I think I've handled it better. do you feel like I handled it? And she said, yeah, definitely. But you can still tell you're on it. And we have the discussion and we talk about where the deficits in personality have come from. Have that discussion, or have someone, if you're not with a partner, just have someone on your side who knows you, but they need to know you well. And you need to interact with them frequently. So that, number one. Two, weigh up how much of a benefit it has, again, based on the neural side of things. And that's not even just the neural side, systemic side effects, cholesterol, it fucks everything. For most people anyway, there are people that don't respond to it that way, but weigh it up. And when I say weigh it up, don't weigh it up in terms of like just kind of loosely thinking about it. Look back through your photos and quantitatively go, right, introduce TREN, took out that. Did I see a significant difference in my physique like I was expecting to? And was it worth what I went through? Because stress is stress. Other things in your life matter, and you need to just be critical. Like I've done that. And again, I'm very, very, very open with what I use. And more recently with dosages, again, because I'm not stupid or reckless. It's the wrong way. I don't want to be stupid, but I'm not reckless. So that, just be objective, think about it, and maybe even just do a prep where you don't have it. Like, just give it a go.
People do.
So, yeah. And don't use in the off season. That would be my recommendation. So there we go.
There's so many other compounds, of course, but yeah, it's super cool to get your personal anecdote. This episode in its entirety is going to be pretty wild. So thank you.
My pleasure, mother. See you later.
I would say welcome back, guys, but this episode is 3 to 4 hours long by this point, and we've got Ali back on the pod. So you've been on a couple of times before, and of course, this episode is super wild with many different personal stories about Trenbolone sandwiches. Now, I've been asking the guests what their dosages have been, mainly what the highest dose they've done, what their aims from TREN are, and any side effects. Also, a lot of people have shared friends' stories and sort of what they've heard from the effects of TREN. But I believe that you've had quite a positive experience on TREN, haven't you?
Yeah, I've never really seen any negatives, but when you said them about side effects, they bring up like night sweats, like horrendous, and like I'm really, really poor sleep. So when I first ran TREN, must have been when I was 29, I think. So I'm 33 now. So I ran 200 milligrams of TREN ACE. That was in my first prep kind of thing when I was assisted. And I said I didn't feel anything negative from it. I also don't know if it's legit. It could have been faked, because that's the unfortunate reality of what we do, isn't it? Because when people say like you feel this big strength gain and all these other things, like I didn't feel anything other than the bed was just piss wet through every night. And I feel sorry for my girlfriend at the time, because that must not have been a pretty thing to sleep next to. That was probably the worst thing, was the poor sleep, obviously, with the insomnia kind of thing, and then obviously the sweating your fucking bollocks off from as soon as you get into bed to as soon as you get out of it, and then just sitting in a puddle of wet. That's not a nice kind of wet.
Yeah, well, for sure. I mean, that leads us on to, did you feel an increase in your sex drive?
So not in prep, because I don't think anyone can have a really massive increase in sex drive when you're 2 or 3 weeks out. Right now, horrendously, yes. So like I'm running 75 milligrams per week now. I think it's hard, isn't it? When you're running such a small dose, it's like whatever I try and pull out as a safe dose kind of thing. So it's roughly around about 75 milligrams. Yeah, sex drive right now is through the roof,
yeah. And is it like so more than normal, but is there like certain different things that you could say, okay, so this is all?
Is it more than normal? Yeah, I'm a highly fucking everyone's fine shit about me, aren't they? I'm a highly sexually driven person anyway, but yeah, you can definitely feel like a bit more of an urge, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, that's probably the best thing. Like you just want it more. Like probably in places that you wouldn't necessarily want it as much. So like, when you're walking around Tesco, and you're just trying to find like shopping exits or like just wonder if we could both fit in the disabled toilet kind of thing.
Although, do you know what? I think that actually, on a sort of lighter note, because of course we're talking about PEDs and side effects are serious, but I think sometimes people like ourselves, we're assisted because it's an exploration of what we can achieve from our physiques. And I think there are a lot of sort of funny personal anecdote stories that you can actually bodybuilding, PDs, you know, it's so common now. It's so widespread. So if we can have a bit of fun with it as well, like Matt and I, when he did it, you know, the sex drive, he could just keep going. Like, you know, it's just like, what the hell? And I was like, I'm on Anavar. This is quite good.
Yeah, and this is the thing. So we talked about this before we jumped on the pod. It was just like, it does enhance your personality, in my opinion. So if you're already like, if you're two already highly sexually driven people, and then you're assisted, it's like it's going to probably push that a little bit higher, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. The only bad thing could be is like if you get caught in public, like that's not ideal. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, that takes a lot of explaining, and you can't exactly go, it's because I'm on gear. I don't think that's sort of like work, is it? But no, like I've never really seen like the massive strength gains or anything like that, and I don't know if that's just because like I'm already probably because I've been training for such a long time, my ability to hit my strength sort of potential is already around that ballpark anyway. But I've never, like, because you hear people say they start taking it and the strength increases. I've never really seen that, me personally, but I've never also really had any negative side effects. Like I was telling you a story before about one of my friend's clients. He wasn't his client at the time, but when he was doing a consult with this guy, when he was running, I think it was 400 milligrams of TREN a week, he was hearing voices in his head. Like I've never had things like that, because that would scare the shit out of me. Like that, like imagine like just driving around, someone goes turn right, and it's fucking nobody. Like that I don't know what I'll do. Fucking panic.
Yeah.
It's like Venom. Like you don't like you know Venom is.
Yeah, I've seen Venom. Yeah.
It's like, okay, cool, because we found out Sarah doesn't really like films. It's like I'm like, imagine I'm like voice in your head saying, "Do this." Like, fuck off.
What I always find fascinating as well, particularly TREN, I mean, there is other PEDs that I'll delve into, I'm sure, over the time of the podcast, but with TREN, you know, how it can literally, like some people have described that they stop the TREN, they do the show, stop the TREN, and they look back and they can't like recall or remember. And it's fascinated me that it's so mind altering and you don't know what's happening sometimes.
Yeah, I think that is the one that when you hear these stories of people's personalities changing, it normally they are running something on them lines. But it is, in my opinion as well, it is always of a higher dose. Like I've never heard anyone say they're running below 100 milligrams and they're having these psychological effects. And I could be wrong. There could be people who have done. I've just never heard of it. But it is normally people running upwards of like 200 milligrams plus, where they are having these sorts of psychological, I won't say issues, but changes is probably a better word. Because that must be horrendous, by the way. If you're thinking logically, like that must be absolutely horrendous when you're getting paranoid about certain things and all this. And then it's like that risk to reward, isn't it? It's like, is it really worth that extra rep on an exercise compared to the amount of stress it's going to internally put on your body? And the answer, in my opinion, is definitely a no for that. Or just load the dose, or just take it out completely. There's loads of ways in which you can build tissue.
Well, and as well, you know, the effect on sleep. Now, like you said, you don't sleep well anyway, so it's maybe not as apparent for you. But if someone goes from like pretty good sleep to then having TREN and the sleep is really bad, it's like, what's going to be better for the risk versus reward for a better physique, you know?
100%. Especially like, because look, we all come to that reality of the last 4 weeks of prep, sleep is going to be diminished to some degree. I think, like, don't get me wrong, like we spoke about someone before who sleeps like a baby, and it's like there are going to be these anomalies, who will just be able to sleep all the way through. I had a client anyway, we're still friends now, and if she didn't sleep more than 9 hours, and she's not a sister like that, but it's like she didn't sleep more than 9 hours, she said she can't function. It's like how the fuck?
I last slept 9 hours, mate.
Neither I can remember 3 times I slept all the way through in the last 10 years. Yeah, but as you said though, it's like them last 4 weeks, we know sleep's going to be diminished, but we still want to try and make it the best we can. So it's like if you're waking up every hour to have a piss, and it could be a drug that's assisting you waking up every hour, is it actually worth having in there? Even if it is going to retain that muscle, it's like, would that sleep retain that muscle better from a training performance perspective? And that's where, as you said, you sit down and speak with your coach, and like, if you're sleeping 2-3 hours, and then you do an hour cardio, and then you're trying to do a leg session, and you're on very, very poverty calories for whoever that individual is, it's not a good recipe.
I know it is wild, because of course it does still, I think, because we're, you know, we don't coach like that, and you do still hear these sort of, I say, horror stories, and I don't want to blow it out of proportion, but you know what people are doing in the prep scenario. I think, blimey, I mean, you know what it's like. You get tunnel vision, you get closer to the show, you'll do anything. And that's how we roll. But some of the protocols, it's almost like bodybuilding from the 20 years ago when it started to get popular. Did these manic like preps and everything.
And like, because you nailed it there, it's like when you're in that tunnel vision, your attitude is, I walk through a brick wall, isn't it? But like, I just always say, like, you just, before you start to prep, you have them rules. And you make sure, so like I said this to my friend Ben before, it's like how you do this, like you have them rules and you have people around you don't give a fuck about your feelings because they're your friends, and you start to go against what you set them rules as. They tell you how it is. It's like I've got Nathan, Ben, Christy, Beck, like they know what I want and what I want to achieve, kind of thing. But if I start going against, like, sort of taking too much of something, or I start contemplating, so I said before, I won't do DMP. It's like if I start contemplating that idea, they'll physically stop me doing a prep. Like Nathan and Christy just won't let me do my cardio. They just stand in front of the machine. They just won't let me on it. And I think if you have that network around you, you can still be tunnel vision, but you've still got people who will make sure you stick to the values that you've got as an individual. Because at the end, they like, look, I love prep, you love bodybuilding, we all love it, don't we? But at the end, it's not worth dying for.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
There's such a relevant point there, actually. Even, you know, take home for people listening in regards to if it is mind altering as well. You know, if you're using something like TREN or a PED that's affecting you more than you thought it would, and perhaps those close people around you, you can have people almost that will question, you know, are you feeling all right? You've changed, sort of thing, and you won't push them away. It's like those are the people that you can go, okay, I can have a conversation here about how I'm feeling.
Yeah, and it's also like having them friends who know what you want, but as I said, they'll tell you exactly how it is. And it's like, it doesn't matter if it upsets you, it doesn't matter if you get into a fight at the end of it, not a physical fight, just a verbal fight. I wouldn't get into a physical fight with Christy. Christy will kill me. I wouldn't stand a chance. I'll probably throw a punch and then run. But like, you got them people who will literally not let you do anything stupid. And I think that's what like a true friend, and that's again what we're saying about having these people around you is massively important within a prep. Because I think you definitely spoke about this in the pod before anyway, like having that support network around you, because prep is hard and prep is lonely. And having them people who are going to help you get through them dark times, but also helping you people make sure you don't do anything fucking stupid.
Yeah, and I think
taking a gram of TREN.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's wild what, you know, if you do take a high dose and you maybe don't realize what could happen, because this, of course, happens in this world. And another reason, as you know, why I do the podcast is to stop tabooing something that happens already.
Yeah.
And actually offer people to listen and go, okay, so they listen to these 3-4 hours talking about TREN, and perhaps it offers them some thought processes. Is the risk versus reward, you know, is it going to be worth what my goal is? Am I being realistic with what I want to achieve? And is that something that I want to use? And then if something happens that I speak about on the podcast, they can go, okay, so perhaps that's the TREN. Now, something else I talk about is communicating with your partner or people you live with, potentially if you're using PDs. Is that something you talk to clients about if they're going down the assisted route?
Yeah, 100%. Because one, I think it's a tricky one. So like I can use my past relationships as well within this. It's like, for me, like safety is like health is important. So this is how I told my mum and dad as soon as I started jumping on it, because I thought if I had to go to hospital for whatever reason, I want them to tell the doctors what I am doing. Because imagine if I was in the doctors for a month, that something horrendously happened to me. Like my test would just bottom out if I wasn't free. So like I'm very, very open and honest about anything. At the end of the day as well, if you're going to have needles and syringes around and then vials, it's like I think it's just open, honest conversation about that. So yeah, I wouldn't want to do it sneakily, because I've had clients before ask me, it's like, I don't really want to tell my partner. And look, I'm not going to meddle in people's relationships, but I think all my answers say if they found out. And especially like, I know we sort of saying how we can enhance sex drive, for example. Imagine a couple who went through from 2 times a week to want to get every single day. She's going to think something's up. Or he's going to think something up as a female. And as I said, yeah, I do think you should speak about your partner, because at the end of the day, your partner or close friends or family know who you truly are as an individual. And if they can see your personality shifting a little bit, I do think that's something that they need to step in with. And again, it's just about being an adult with the whole situation, isn't it? Like, look, if we're bodybuilders, unfortunately or fortunately, the world is, we take gear. like that is the reality of what we do now, especially if you want to do well. Like we were saying before, like anabar's nothing.
Yeah, it's pretty normal now for, like we said, even bikini level, which before it would almost be like, the bikini girls use, you know.
Yeah. Whereas now it's like if you want to become one of the best, unfortunately, it's something that if you don't do, and I don't think everyone should do it, if I'm being honest, but if you don't do it, you might be at a sort of at a lower set point, or because like not lower set point, you're going against people who are on it, so you're already at a disadvantage in some regards, no matter how good you are. By the way, that's not me saying do it. I'm just saying it's the reality that you probably will be at a disadvantage if people are doing it. Yeah, definitely have a conversation with your partner, 100%. Because it's not something we want to be ashamed of. Like that's something I love about this podcast is you're very open and honest in what we speak about, because it is sort of still taboo. Even though, like, let's be honest, it's definitely come a lot in the last 10 years where people are speaking about it a lot more. It's still got these horrendous stigmatisms. Like, I had a big fight with my sister about TRT. I was like, my dad probably should be on TRT. My dad's 73, and she's like, why should he be on TRT? And my sister thinks it's still what I do. It's like, no, I take a lot.
Yeah.
It's like my dad's gonna run a little bit. Yeah, my dad starts getting jacked at 73. That would be a bit strange, but it's even like with TRT, it's still demonized to some degree.
100%.
I'm a big fan of TRT.
Yeah, and it is certainly with Matt's friends day, and he's a client as well, and he's natty, and we've spoken to him. You know, he's 27, so it's not really on the radar per se at the moment. But we had an open conversation with him about perhaps one day he would want to look at TRT, and we went through a full explanation as to why and what happens as you get older, etc., etc. And I think that people jump in to, you know, general pop or whatever and think, oh my God, you're taking steroids. And it's like, well, actually, I've lived with someone with low test. It's bloody horrendous for the person.
Yeah.
Horrendous.
But I do think it's like, so I've got like this saying, it's like people either want to live like a 7 out of 10 life, or people want to live like a 11 out of 10 life and risk a 3 out of 10. It's like you've got them super different perspectives, and people who, and there's nothing wrong with living a 7 out of 10 life, because that's my sister. Like her 7 out of 10 life to me is a 10 out of 10 life to her. Yeah. And it's like being okay is okay. Whereas like I don't want to be okay, I want to feel great.
Yeah, I love that.
Like, I do think that's just a different perspective on the world. So if, for example, if I got my test and it was 15, that's quote unquote okay via doctored standards, but I want a 24, 25.
Yeah.
So I know that'll be better for me from a health perspective, how I feel, bone density, sex drive, all these things it'll definitely improve them at different aspects of life, being able to maintain tissue. Even though it's not a big difference, it's just that little 1%. That little 1%, and that's what I think people like with our mindsets, because we talk about the show all the time, don't we? Like that little 1% means a lot to people like ourselves, where it's not worth the risk for some people.
As well with PDs, isn't it? Like, you know, I said earlier, it's like we're not just doing it from, okay, let's get jacked. I mean, it's sick, but it's like, what can I explore? And also, you're probably, you know, I almost like being a bit of an experiment on myself to then aid clients, you know, I can talk to them openly about it and talk about what I've gained and what the risk versus reward from personal anecdote. I think that's incredibly useful.
Yeah, 100%. And I think the beauty about sort of how I got onto taking gear was I was natty until I was about 27. So it's like I've done preps natty and I've done preps assisted. So you've got the best of both worlds. Don't get me wrong, if we look back in hindsight, I wish I jumped on when I was 24. Do you know what I mean? It's like I could have been a little bit more jacked. But then on the flip side, I might not have the head of hair I have now either. So it's like them kind of things. But I do think like I'm not saying every coaches assisted people should be assisted, but I do believe there's a benefit from going through the process yourself and being able to relate to it. Like before, like what we're talking about TREN before, about like night sweats, like insomnia, like these are things either due to back in the prep, right, or TREN is definitely going to play a role in it as well. And because I've been through these things and you've been through things, obviously when you've been assisted, it's like you can then relate to clients and make clients feel a little bit more at ease, saying, okay, yeah, this is normal. Or if they're going through something that you've never been through, you can go, that's probably not fucking normal.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like you shouldn't be hearing voices.
Yeah.
That's not okay.
Yeah.
I've never heard voices. So yeah, I do think it's massively important.
So before we go, I'm going to have to ask you, what would be the highest you would run? Do you think? I mean, obviously you're a coach, so you sort of get the easy protocol, but do you have like an upper limit in your mind for TREN that you'd be like?
Not a
gram.
So I know I've read and heard that there's no benefit running over 200 milligrams, or to like an advantage. You like the more you run, the risk becomes a lot more greater. I'll probably say 150 is the most I would do. I'm going to tell my friends now, Christy, Nathan, and all this. So I don't fucking run do more than 150. I'll take 150. I wouldn't run. Yeah, I wouldn't run it for long. I wouldn't run it for long because I said I've done 200 milligrams of TREN and I'm not sure if it was legit or anything like that, and I didn't run that for a long period of time. So I wasn't as experienced to PEDs what I am now. I like my personality. I think I'm a fun person. I don't want to turn into a cunt. I'm a cunt, but I don't want to turn into a bigger cunt. Yeah, like that. I'd probably say 150 to answer the question.
So I'm gonna make a note of that. All of the listeners, guys, look, if you see Ali talking about being on 200, pull him up.
Yeah. Okay. Also, then I'm going to make a note of. Can we please get Sarah watching films?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Like,
I can't relax.
Just fucking chill.
The listeners won't know this. The listeners will not know this.
No, just go and get a joint, right, and fucking watch a film.
Well, right. I smoked weed, as you know, and you know, I got to the point where it was, you know, every day and whatever. Then, as I've grown older, I whitey, so I can't smoke weed. Like as in head in the toilet for 2 hours vomiting.
Have you ever? Can you get THC vapes over there?
Oh, I haven't tried them.
Because that's the China I used. This one definitely go out because obviously me and China not together anymore. That's the China I used, and honestly, it did just. It was like a switch. Like you didn't get any munchies. The only bad experience I had was China was telling me about her mum's bad mental health, and me and her mum didn't really get to see eye to eye, and it wasn't funny, but I couldn't stop laughing.
Oh, okay.
No, that was like, but China was laughing at me laughing because I couldn't stop laughing, but it wasn't funny, and China wanted to knock me out.
Yeah, and it's like
that was the only did you like just stop laughing at you and you just can't stop laughing because you just want to. That was the only time I had like sort of a side effect from it like that, but other times I just felt chilled.
What about edibles? Because I'm considering edibles.
I've never tried edibles.
No.
And the thing with edibles is, like, say because I'm starting to eat, I want to eat more.
A brownie or something.
It takes a while to kick in as well, doesn't it?
Oh, really?
That's the thing that scares me. It's like you have half one, you go, I've not done anything, and then you have fucking 7, and then the walls are melting.
And then I won't be watching the fucking film.
No, you'll be just in a corner, paranoid as fuck.
So basically, you're not allowed to say any more than 150 TREN, and I need to watch a film. So
have you seen Lord of the Rings?
I can't concentrate. I have to. I go.
Right, pop a modafinil and watch it.
I've never tried modafinil.
Do you know something? You're definitely on the spectrum of ADHD, aren't you?
I don't know. There's something wrong with me. Or
I reckon you're on the. You're probably like, I think ADHD is a massive spectrum. And I think some people have it really bad, and some people just have tendencies of it. Like, so I'm definitely on the spectrum of it. Like, China called it out when she first met me. So, but honestly, modafinil works a dream.
Does it? What?
So it's like just focus. Yeah, it's like you just don't get distracted. So like, I'll be doing some work after yourself. Actually, I need to fucking eat, but I'll be doing some work, and then I know someone WhatsApps me. I'll be like, look, I have to look at my phone straight away. Whereas if I popped off modafinil, I'll just again notation and go, okay, I'll look at that later because I've got to do this.
Oh, yeah. See, I'm like that. I can't leave anything. I'm doing like 8 things at a time normally.
You're like me so much, you know. It's freaky.
So, like, honestly, I can't. I see my phone light up, and I'm like, I'm not gonna be looking at the phone for the rest of the evening. And I'm like,
yeah. It's a hard. Honestly, it does work, but it is designed for people with ADHD. But it was actually originally designed for fighter pilots, known to go on dog fights, like hours and hours to keep them focused. It is good, but the only issue is if you're someone with an addictive personality, you can then start to relate it with being able to work. Yeah. So like, I'll only take it on a rest day.
Okay.
Because I think I'm highly stimmed anyway from like a pre-workout potentially, and when I'm training, my days are a lot more condensed. So it's like I have to get work done within a certain time frame because I'm training. Whereas when it's a rest day, it's like I've got all the time in the world to do my work. And this is like one of my goals for 2024, no work blocks. Fucking stick to them.
Yeah, this is one
because like I'll be totally honest with like I don't take full responsibility what happened between China and myself, but when China was in prep, I put myself in like a prep mode, but I wasn't in prep, I was in off season. So when her prep finished, I should have pulled myself out of it and started making us do things. And that's what I've realized since I've been single. Is like, I love being a dick. Okay, I drank for the first time in 3 years on Friday, right? This definitely doesn't go on because nobody,
I've got to hear
only a
this.
few people know on the date, okay, right? So Joe Stein, okay, like 2 pints.
Yeah.
Okay. So because we met up in Birmingham, because she's from your way, south. She's really south, and like I panicked. I didn't know what to buy, so I got here a mulled wine, I got a Stein. 30 minutes into drinking it, I started to feel tipsy, and this is 4:30 in the afternoon. Thinking, so I taught this girl, and that's how I met her. Because I taught at the seminar. I went, "This is the first time we properly met. She's gonna have to take me home by 5:30." And honestly, Joe, like I was like, "What the fuck's happened to me here?" Kind of thing. I was like, but like what I'm trying to say is like I don't want to drink regular. That's not what I'm trying to say. But it's like I love doing stupid shit. It's like I've got my nose pierced, I've got my ears pierced. I'm going to get a tattoo. You'll like this tattoo as well. Leave people better when you found them. Have it?
I saw that on your story the other day, didn't I?
Yeah.
Where are you getting?
So like she put it on my wrist, yeah.
Nice.
Because it's like, but this is how cool this girl is. Like, it's just shit. She wants kids though. She wants kids, so that's a bit of a red flag. And she lives 5.5 hours. No, I don't want kids. So girls, if you want to slide to my DMs, you've got to train, but you can't be a bodybuilder. You try not to be over 5'8", because that's a bit awkward for me. Then if you're over 5'8", yeah,
you
have
like
a high sex drive.
Hey, boobs or butt?
Oh, it's a good question. I feel like my personality's changed a little bit towards it. I'm definitely an arse guy. Because so like this is my thought process. An arse guy, right? And being an arse guy is like you have to train for it. You have to work hard to have it.
Yeah.
Because I just respect girls who work hard. I respect people in general who work hard, but hard work is the most impressive thing for me.
Yeah.
Like I think that's one reason why I was really attracted to China, because she was a dentist, and then when I seen her train, it was relentless as well. I don't get me wrong, I love boobs. I can't deny it. I don't love boobs, but you can buy boobs.
Yeah,
you can buy them. But
yeah.
I didn't realize how much I do like fake boobs.
No, I had this conversation with Matt, and it's nothing against people that don't, but for me being a bodybuilder, the first couple of preps, I literally had fried eggs, and it really, I didn't realize until I sort of reflected, it didn't make me feel feminine.
Yeah.
So lean as well, and being natty, I was like, I literally feel like it's been stripped away from me. And for me, the personal decision to get fake boobs, I fucking love them. You don't have to think about outfits, like, and they're fucking fit on birds as well.
100%. So like I must have been about 21, and I was against, like, because it's like it's vain and it's vanity and all this kind of thing. I was against it, but then my sister got them done. My sister had nothing, and the way I seen it change her personality. And when I say personality, like, it just made her feel confident and more happy, because she would wear like chicken fillets before you went out night out, and she was only 17 at the time. And my sister's amazing. She's a cunt, but she's amazing. So yeah, I understand why females get it done now, 100%. And it's like there's nothing wrong with it. So it's like mate, Becky Dean, she got hers done, and like it made her feel more confident, and she was already a stunning girl. But it made her feel more confident as well. And I think as long as you're doing it, as long as you don't go obscenely big to the point of it becomes really unhealthy from like a back issue point of view. It's like as long as you don't do anything silly, I think it's fine.
You want
willing to pay the money.
Fake boob and a butt.
I'll WhatsApp you my list. Okay, right, okay. And then you can put it all over your social media going
on the description. I love that. So guys, check out the description for Ali's dating profile, and obviously I'll put his Instagram as well. But thank you, my friend, for coming back on.
Anytime. It's an absolute pleasure. I can speak to you all day. Have a great day.
Bye. Guys, this is number 10. If you've made it this far on the TREN episode, totaling nearly 4 hours of TREN tales, then we have Dan and Romana. So this is very, very cool, because Romana is Dan's partner, And she can also describe, of course, what it's like to be with a male that's on TREN. It's super cool to have that insight as well. Now, Romana has not used TREN herself. Let's just make that clear.
Very clear. Yeah.
So Dan, normally where I start with all of the guests has been, when did you first use it and what dose did you go in on?
First time I ever used Trenbolone was when I was prepping for a show as a junior in 2019.
Why?
That was the first kind of scene I'd actually used. It was in a contest prep. It was for the British in 2019.
So how old were you then?
I would have been 23, just 23. So kind of why, I guess, I remember saying to, because I had obviously a drug list to get in at the time, and I remember, having all these drugs and obviously having this preconceived, TREN is the holy grail, waiting for my plan, being so impatient, I'd already started using TREN just at a little dose.
No.
According to, I was expecting it to go in at like 13, 14 weeks out. Or I didn't know at the time that, that's not kind of conventional for a junior to be doing. And then like 2 weeks down the line, I think it was Jordan and Corin said, absolutely fucking not. What are you doing? Take it out. So I was like, oh, okay. I was enjoying that. But okay. Yeah, so that was my first exposure, and I believe exposure of the drug in total for that prep got up to 200 milligrams total, that built up over time. For me, funny enough, now, even after years and years of using steroid usage, being obviously more heavily muscled, I actually don't like going over 200 milligrams still. I have been over that in that time in between with an off-season kind of a rebound from a diet phase. And I just felt that like a slightly longer exposure but lower dose was a better end result for me. Because as in the look and my biofeedback, how I actually felt, you get these typical side effects with, night sweats, never got TREN cough or anything like that, never got any cardiovascular kind of implications that I could feel myself. A lot of people feel shortness of breath. I never got that, but it was more so from the night sweats and sleep deprivation side of things that even in off-season setting at a certain dose, that will cause. Because what a lot of people do with drug usage, they'll go, it's not actually the drugs that make me feel this way, it's the diet. And I can tell you now, if I'm training off season, at a certain dose, it will fuck my sleep. So it's finding, for me, from my own personal experience, it's finding that sweet spot in which I can get a lot of utilization out of the drug for a goal purpose driven endeavor, but still operate biofeedback wise. I've never actually got a dosage in which I felt like my mood has been changed. The only mood changes I've seen is through sleep deprivation, in which I just feel a bit not moody, but a bit quiet and a bit, that side of things. But as long as I can keep my sleep under control, the mood, I don't get it personally with Trenbolone, whereas a lot of people will. I've had a lot of clients say who have used Trenbolone, then pulled it out, said like a week or two later, if they're using acetate ester, will often say is like, I didn't realize the cloud it was putting above my head until it come out. And that's a learning lesson for me with those certain clients is, well, right, we could obviously use it anyway in a prep like scenario because you're going to feel like shit anyway, or can we make the best of a bad situation, actually make you feel as good as you possibly can in prep, which ultimately for me, if you're getting someone skinless, I think is a better outcome. It's actually not to use it if that person has adverse side effects that are non-desirable. In terms of dosage, on my part, we're talking about mood and stuff. So Mano's been with me when I've used TREN, and Mano's been with me when I've used Nandrolone. Obviously, Trenbolone is a Nandrolone in itself, but a slightly different makeup. This considered maybe the MPP kind of strand. Go on.
So whether Dan's using TREN in the off-season or prep, there's no difference to his mood. He's exactly the same. As soon as he uses something like MPP, then all of a sudden he never wants to be a bodybuilder ever again. Literally within 24 hours of pinning the first dose, he'll be like, I don't think I want to do this anymore. I don't want to be a bodybuilder anymore. I don't know what to do. And I'm like, it's the NPP.
It's
literally lets it come out. And he's like, oh, I'm all right now.
It's not because, I mean, it doesn't mean I don't love it when I'm like that. It's NPP does something to me that it makes me doubt myself whether I'm doing the right thing or not.
Yeah.
It just makes me feel really low. Whereas I don't get that with Trenbolone. So for myself, obviously monitoring blood work, even in the off season, there will become a phase where I want to introduce 19 NOR to the stack, and my choice will be Trenbolone. Dosages in the off season for me will range from as low as 50 milligrams to 150 milligrams. In off season, I won't go over that. In a prep like scenario, I would push to 200, maybe 250. I pushed last prep to 300. That was actually quite fine. But going above there towards 400, that's where I felt, oh, I don't feel quite right here. But it's hard to say. It could have been the prep process in general.
The halo.
The other things on top. So that's the problem is, as bodybuilders, we're never just running a single compound unless it's testosterone on its own to really dictate, like, who. I've never run test and TREN on its own. I could have a baseline of testosterone where I know I'm settled and stable, and then use a little bit of Trenbolone on top, a bit more. That would be the best way for me to diagnose how I actually feel at a certain dosage. But yeah, 400 milligrams for me was my cutoff. I took it down from there. It just wasn't worth it.
I think as well, it's super important actually what you said right at the start there about, doing it so far out from a show. A lot of the guests have said they would deploy it sort of 6 weeks out maybe, and then also that room for titrating it up. So starting, like you say, you could even start on 50 and bring it up. And it's super important that I feel like dispelling the myths around how much you should use. And also the personal anecdote with something like TREN is really where you're going to get most of the education, of course, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think for those sort of wanting to use it or have used it, and maybe sort of people have commented on changes in mood and things like that, I think you just got to be honest with yourself about how it genuinely makes you feel and react to things. Yeah. It's no point like blundering on through if you're a nightmare to live with, kind of going, it's fine, but everyone around you saying, what the fuck's going on? You're being an utter
Yeah. I think my rule when it comes to anabolic steroids, of course, you've got to be guided by blood work, how you feel. Part of how you feel is your enjoyment for the process. Now, bodybuilding is not a short-term sport. It's not something you could pick up and drop off in 3 years and get somewhere. It's not. If you want to be successful in this and you want to, whatever success is to you, it's going to take about 10, 15 years, like more. So in that time period, I think you're using up 10, 15 years of your best years, usually in your 20s and 30s.
Yeah.
Why do I want to spend the majority of that time resenting the process because I feel like shit?
Amen.
So for me, my usage is based on, right, what can I get out of this goal-driven steroid? But still, I want to enjoy my process. I want to feel good. I want to have a high level of well-being, all the whilst doing it. But that's not to say in using these things, there's not stuff going on in the background through a length of usage that, you can't see. Trenbolone in particular, it's notorious for kidney toxicity over time. So it's definitely something to think about it. When I say I use a little bit in my off seasons, it's not every off season push. It will be a specific goal, whether that's at the end of a cycle, I just want to tighten up the physique before we go into a health phase, just to reset a nice baseline, something like that. Whereas some off seasons, I have used it for longer exposures for the pure goal of getting as big as I can. But you have to look at your year and maybe multiple years in a row of how you cycled and kind of decide, is this a wise choice with how much I've been using this specific drugs? And I think that goes for all drugs. I think there are certain drugs that are going to be staples within people's plans that they are going to consistently use because they get on with them. But there are definitely drugs that I think need to be phased in now according to your own risk acceptance and maybe being a bit sensible. So my ones for that would be Trenbolone, orals.
Yeah,
definitely. I'm not an oral user in the off season. The only thing I have dabbled in the off season would be Superdrol for the pure reason of that deadlift. That's probably, yeah, they're probably the two, and Trestolone as well. Another 19 more that's incredibly has a high toxicity, but yeah, they'll be the only ones.
You're also monitoring your kidney function through your blood work and taking supplementation to help with that.
Yeah, so
alongside it, so it's not like planning the year without any actual data to make that decision.
Yeah, as we know, kidneys are not the best at regenerating either, so it's important to track what your EGFR is doing over time, and if there is a major concern that can't be explained by a baseline blood work panel, then you would get an N-cysteine test, which is probably your most accurate for kidney function as well.
Yeah, for sure. And like organ testing, you know, I think sometimes we can be a bit blinkered with what the organs are doing because we can't necessarily feel it unless you start getting symptoms and it's like, okay, I need to get bloods done. But there are athletes that don't get bloods done. However, that is the basic PD users, but also natty as well, for sure.
Yeah, you need to understand. I think your blood panel is part of you. Yeah. You need to take pride in understanding what does what to your blood panel. What do you notice? Write notes. What do you notice that this combination of drugs at this dosage? It's not a case of just getting blood work at the end of a cruise phase when you're in the best case scenario. Mid-bloods, mid-cycle bloods. Understand what's doing what, because over the years, you might, in your first 3, 4, 5 years of anabolic usage, whatever steroid is being used, you might not notice much at all. You might, be regenerating very fast. Trust me, it doesn't last like that.
Mm-hmm. And also there is more, I guess there's a little bit more talk around, getting heart checked and also things like that as well, which of course is almost like, I think certainly there are bodybuilders out there that just want to take the gear and maybe they just get the bloods. But then if you are using PEDs and you're using higher dosage, it's much more on the peripheral, I'd say now. And more people are talking about, people dropping dead or heart failure or heart disease, things like this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guilty of myself is I'm due to get my organs actually looked at. Instead of just blood work, it's been about 3 years since I had my kidneys, liver, heart actually looked at, and that's probably not very, very in-depth study into my heart in terms of its overall structural integrity, but in terms of size and its ability to perform, it's been about 3 years. So I'm definitely due that. Kidney health, I mean, last time I got my kidneys checked was 3 years ago, because a year post show I still wasn't sure whether my kidneys were good after I had a bit of a diuretic incident as a junior. Just underground diuretics, which dosage wise can't be trusted, and like show day wasn't great for me in terms of for that reason. So I just wasn't sure. I had a lot of puffiness in the ankles for months after the show that just wouldn't go. So I got myself in for a kidney scan, and in which case, like 2 days before I went for the scan, my ankles went down, funny enough, finally. And kidneys, liver, kidneys, no scarring, kidneys, liver, all good. Heart, actual size was good as well. So I was good on that front, but it's been 3 years since. So it's definitely time to get checked out again, see what's going on there.
I think it is quite, because Matt just had his and he'd never even really thought about it. And then Romana, you'll be able to relate. He actually is more down the route of anxiety, and he had a panic attack in the gym. And for him, it was like he's never experienced anything like it. And it was like, holy fuck, again, you're going to relate here as to how daunting that feels. And then it's led to, he's had palpitations and things. So he got his heart checked and he was like, I wouldn't have probably thought about it unless I'd had the anxieties. So it's certainly something to consider, but I just don't think it is, something you'd ordinarily do. I'm going to get my heart checked, right?
it should be on your radar if you are using anabolics. We know that one of the side effects is basically enlarged, they don't pick between skeletal muscle and smooth muscle within your body, anabolics. They target it all. So if your muscles are growing on the outside, it's probably a fair conclusion that your organs are growing on the inside. And then you have complications, especially when it comes to your heart, that your heart will, become too big to be able to function properly. And that's when you can end up with the heart failure type symptoms. What I would say is there's obviously a difference between having an ECG, which is where they stick electrodes on your chest, and it gives this little squiggly printout, versus having a heart scan. You've got to be a little bit aware of the person that's reading the ECG. So you could go to your GP practice and have a nurse practitioner or a paramedic reading your ECG. They may well just be looking for acute, are you having a heart attack right now? Is there evidence that you've had a heart attack? They may not go into the depth and detail where they can realise that your heart's axis is actually deviated and your heart is so enlarged that it's rotated round. They may not be looking for left ventricular hypertrophy. It's being aware of that and asking, have you looked at the more sort of chronic issues that may have come from my anabolic use? Or asking for a referral to a cardiologist if you are having like regular palpitations, because it is important to make that differentiation between anxiety and it being a cardiac problem, especially if you are a larger bodybuilder.
With Matt's anxiety episodes, has anything been pinpointed as a possible trigger?
Well, funnily enough, he did use TREN before this, but we had conversations throughout the use, and he decided to try it for the first time, and he actually found that he was really thinking about things really, really deep. And then we made the decision, it was in a mini cut, that actually it's going to be best to pull it because he just wasn't himself. I could see it's almost like he was fading away in a certain degree with how he could engage in things. So that was sort of before
anxiety.
Yeah, and then came off the TREN. We were moving over to Thailand, so there was a lot of sort of life stresses as well. And of course, being in a mini cut, that last couple of weeks, it was like, let's drop the hammer, as it were, and really dig. And then I feel like all of this just accumulated, and we were training one day, and he was on the leg press, and he was like, I do not feel right. And it was just this massive sense of overwhelm. So he went to the A&E and they checked him, etc. And the nurse said to him, this was her diagnosis: chill the fuck out. You need to chill out. It's the anxieties and a panic attack. Now, of course, I was there to help him through that. But then it was like, is there more to this? Because it continued, and he wasn't quite, I think, similar to you, Romana, until you sort of get a diagnosis and it's someone you respect and you can really understand it, it's like, is there something underlying? And he just wasn't sure.
It's like a cycle. So your brain's doing whatever your brain's doing, and then it's upregulated. So your body responds thinking, oh, fuck, I've got to be afraid of something here. Something bad's going to happen. So that's when your heart rate increases, your respiratory rate increases, you become hot, you become sweaty. You can carry tension in your body and be really, really tight. But when those acute like palpitations, increased respiratory rate, you're sweating, you can't cool down, that then feeds more into the mind of, fuck, there's something wrong with me. And it just completely snowballs from there. And it's like, I've got the medical knowledge to know that my heart is pounding because of what I'm thinking. But it's still, even with that years of medical training and seeing people having serious hyperventilating anxiety attacks, there's still that little bit of doubt in my mind going, but what if it is my heart? But what if it is my lungs? No, don't be silly. Don't take some deep breaths. Okay. And it takes a lot to calm myself from that. And I know what it is. So for people that don't know what it is, it's really fucking scary.
Yeah.
And it feels like you're going to die.
I think as a male as well, there was a lot of conversations and we really spoke about it. It was almost like, is this just anxieties per se? And I don't mean that blasé, I think it's thrown around as you both know, it's like mental health, what is that? And it was that process of almost like accepting that this, you have got anxieties there, and there's certain triggers, like you said, Romana, there's triggers for each person that does suffer with this. And that almost for him then getting the full, you know, he was at the hospital for like 8 hours, they did the scan and everything, and that was like, okay, I need to accept that there is anxieties there rather than it being the heart.
It is really hard to swallow that pill and go, actually, there's some situations that my mind can't cope with. But it's also, it's that balance between trying to push on through it and not let it consume you whilst acknowledging it's there, because if you suppress it, it gets even worse. And then you're like, but actually, does this make me weak-minded?
Yeah.
But, you know, we all have different impacts and different things that trigger and cause us to become like that. And life isn't as simple as when we were trying to run away from woolly mammoths. You know, we've got so much pressure and so many things that we have to do. No wonder so many people are struggling. And then add in bodybuilding and all the pressures and, you know, the external pressure, the internal pressure, the drug load, the diets, the constant training, you're constantly in a state of recovery. It's like, no wonder we all go a little bit wibble from time to time.
Yeah, and I'm sure you can relate, Dan, as a male as well, you know, accepting that sometimes things do get too much.
Yeah, I mean, I think males in general think we're almost immune to our head being our weakness.
Yes.
I don't think it ever is, and I don't see it as actually acknowledging that there is a weakness there as a weakness. Acknowledging you, like, I think I'm very introspective in the way that I think to myself, like, why did I think that way? Why did I react that way? Why do I feel this way? I think that's a really important part of actually being an anabolic steroid user in general, especially if you're using compounds like Trenbolone or anything like that. Try and catch yourself and understand, why do you think like this, and what impact is it having on the people around me as well? And for you to just, you know, if you are having issues there, just to bury it and pretend like, nah, it's not there. To me, that's more of a weak-minded thing. Because you're not confronting what's hard.
I mean, that's how we sort of deal with my anxiety. It's like sometimes I am quite reactive. I've got better at it, but it doesn't excuse those reactions. There's normally something that's bubbling underneath the surface. But I think I'm speaking for you a little bit here. Although me being reactive isn't pleasant, the fact that I don't come away from it, and it might even be the next day, it might be 10 minutes, it all depends on the scenario, but actually going, that wasn't okay, I'm sorry, but this was what was going on in my head, I just couldn't explain it at the time.
I mean, anxiety is one of those things that when you're going through it, you can't lay it down on a piece of paper and get it out clear immediately. It's spiraling, it's everywhere, it's here, there, and the other. It takes some time to come down, rationalize, and then start linking up your thoughts together as to what is the real issue here, what's the catalyst as to how I feel, and then address it. Like, even myself, you know, like, maybe there's been a time where I've walked into a room and I said, I don't know, well, there's something not right. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to just go away and figure it out a little bit. And then usually it involves me writing everything down that's going on in my head, and I'll just send it to her.
That's a good point, actually. It's almost like journaling, isn't it? Like sort of getting it pen to paper.
It's just everywhere, but it's everything that's going on in my head. Then from there onwards, I can start to order it.
Yeah. Because it's just like atoms pinging about.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was the main bit, actually. You've hit the nail on the head that Matt struggled with. It was like, I can't like, nothing's happened per se, but there was, when we actually looked at it logically, it's like, well, actually we're moving country, you've done a mini cut, all of these different things, try TREN, etc., etc. And I think particularly with something like TREN that can be neurotoxic, and, you know, your mood may alter, that sort of thought process linked into anxieties. One of the guests said about, he's quite an anxious person, and he took TREN and he would wake up in the night like having a full-on panic attack, but he stopped the use, and interestingly enough, for a year he suffered with panic attacks, and it wasn't until he implemented TREN that this came about. And it's like, this is mental.
I think sometimes we talk of recovery as being like a cup, and how much training you can put in your cup before your cup becomes too full. It's the same with mental health. But the difference with mental health, and I suppose it is a bit like training, if you overfill your cup, it takes a while for that natural level to come back down to being a point where you can then take on more. And if something has triggered, like for me, it was the sort of PTSD issues, it's still taking me time to recover from that state of high alert and for my cup to come back to a point where I can start putting more in it again. And it's just being kind of patient with yourself and allowing as long a recovery you need. And, you know, if the TREN triggered off something in him that was already there with his anxiety and caused it to become acute and problematic, it is going to take a while to get that back under control again.
And sometimes as well, it's hard for people after a long bout of, let's say somebody's used TREN and then for a year after they've got anxiety. For whatever reason, they've got obviously a genetic predisposition for a sensitivity there, or some kind of gene expression, something like that. Some people can get frustrated that they can't do the same stuff or handle the same amount of stress as they used to. But how I try to think about it is, like with anxiety in general, is sometimes it's big of you to admit that your recovery cup isn't the same size as it used to be, and you just got to be kind to yourself and understand you have new limits, and it's no fault of your own of being weak at all. It's just what time has done to you.
Your resilience takes a while to build back up, and that's sort of where I'm at the moment. It's that I have to not commit to too much because it will put me in a hole for a week again.
Like even you with your, you know, it's different to Trenbolone usage, but
Yeah.
even me, that's causing anxiety. You're now squeamish when it comes to medical or acute medical procedures, whereas previously you were hard as nails.
Man who scraped his paw the other day and I couldn't look at it.
Yeah.
It was a graze,
so
and it was making me feel sick.
And the inner person in her gets frustrated. It's like, but remember the person I used to be. I used to be, you know, hard, tough, strong, and all of this. And now she thinks she's weaker because of it, but doesn't realize everything she's gone through, and it is a side effect that can't be countered.
That actually as well ties into, if you experiment, explore very high doses at a young age, that actually, you know, there may be a day where you're injured or you're getting older, you've used really high exposures, and maybe you've got to stop using steroids. And it's certainly something that I don't think people would maybe consider as well, you know, that sort of longevity and what that looks like, almost like your analogy of filling the cup, you know, these higher doses, and just keep plowing yourself into prep after prep, off season, all of these stressors. It's like, what about in 10, 20 years time? Is your goal, you know, is your goal realistic? Is it achievable per se? I know we can't always say, but it's like what you're willing to put into it now. I do feel like there's conversations to have about what does this potentially look like later down the line.
I think from a neurotoxic standpoint, if you're in bodybuilding seriously and you're competing for a decade or longer, you're using these drugs for long exposures, I think there's a high probability, as I say, from a neuro perspective, that you're going to come out with a few little nuances that are up there in the head. So my whole rule is if you are directly using steroids that make you feel shit and that are triggering off these issues whilst you're using these dosages, what's it going to be like after?
It's scary.
The best we can do is obviously use the drugs in which we can use and feel our best now. And that's no guarantee that after steroid usage or, you know, a career in bodybuilding, that you're going to come out unscathed mentally. It's not at all, but it's definitely a start.
Yeah, for sure. And with the TREN use, I do have to ask you actually, with, again, longevity as a bodybuilder. Now, I know you two train like savages because that's how you do. You're a power couple. And of course, that has the effect over time. Did you notice on TREN that your training performance, I mean, again, you train hard anyway. Did you feel like a bit more edge to training, or a bit more of that like,
Yeah, for sure. I notice it more when I'm in the diet phase, when you're absent of calories.
Yeah,
for sure, you will notice. I always notice that, and many do.
I mean, you were 0 carb for a lot of last prep, and you were still
0.
Yeah, pretty much. And I still deadlifted 300 for a triple like 5 days out.
Matt's gonna die. Matt's like, Dan trains fucking insane.
But like, yeah, so I definitely would notice a performance increase from that. But I think within your phasing off season or prep for when you need that strength bump, that's when you utilize tools. Don't utilize them before you even got off the ground and started walking, jogging, running. And then when you are hitting plateaus, use your tools wisely for when you need to get over those plateaus. That's where these tools become handy. That's why I was saying off-season phase. It's usually towards the back end in which Trenbolone, if it does go in, it will go in for me, and in prep. There is so much you can maximize before needing to go there.
Yeah, well, this is where I think sometimes people forget, it's a performance enhancement. And I always think of PEDs as, you've got the fundamentals there, and it's enhancing what you can do as a bodybuilder. It's not just slam a load of gear and see what happens. People like ourselves, we really are invested in, what can I do with my physique? What can I do in the gym? What can I add in to explore? And it's that inquisitive mind, isn't it? And it's, of course, for the podcast, I always try and get that education out there, just so people have a bit more of an informed decision. I feel like certainly there's so much more to get in people's ears as to, what are you actually doing here? Look at the bigger picture.
I always say, so two points is your steroid usage needs to be goal driven. Every steroid, whatever family tree it comes from, test-based, DHT derivative, every individual steroid, it should have a goal towards what you're trying to achieve. And when you add it in, that's why I really like some of 𝗪𝗏𝗪𝗏𝗪𝗏𝗪𝗏𝗪𝗏𝗪𝗏𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 you use should be used for a specific purpose as a part of the overall picture. That way we don't just start, and I've heard it from multiple people, even high up in the industry, just fill in the barrel with no direct, like, this is for this is for that. It's just, how much can I get in this 2.5 ml barrel and repeat it over and over. I don't agree with that. I think every steroid you use, it should be for a purpose. And I think your coach as well, if you have questions and it's not clear to you, that you say, why am I using this anabolic steroid in this phase? Your coach should be able to tell you exactly why. And we can try and presume as to what it will achieve, but it's really to make you feel comfortable as to what direction you're going in as well. And a lot of people say, and I say it myself actually, is in terms of steroid usage, you use the amount in which you need to get the job done. I agree with it. Yeah. But when it comes to well-being, if your well-being is in the shitter,
not worth it.
No, I wouldn't say it's not worth it. I'd say I won't achieve the goal. Trust me, my head's not in it. I won't achieve the goal. People go, oh, but if you use 200 milligrams of TREN, it's good. But if you use 500, that's better, right? No,
sure.
I think if I used 500, I would be in such a shit place. I wouldn't achieve the goal in the first place.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, especially TREN, the mind altering process you can go through, and seeing Matt go through that, it was literally like, this is wild what is happening. And I think if you were using TREN, another reason to do this episode, you didn't maybe know much about it. You just think you're going to get a really good sex drive and train really hard, and then you start thinking, what the fuck is going on in my head? At least maybe people can think about it a bit more, and like you said earlier, people around you. So look, you're not right, and having those close people that would just say it how it is.
It's so sad as well, because there are people we've lost in this industry. I'm never going to mention any names that have lost their lives, after taking their own lives, and knowing a little bit about them and their drug usage, and to an extent how it's not thought about actually how they feel, but how they look. I can't help but wonder whether it wasn't helping.
Yeah, it's so hard. Like, when you hear the stories, again, it's related to heart scans, things like this, having these checks, and blood checks being the bare minimum, I believe, like I said earlier, natty and PD users, because this is an extreme sport. If you're doing preps like we would approach it, you know, you're fucking doing anything, and by the end you're pretty deranged, right? So, you know, having that conscious yourself as much as possible, and then you get to that point where prep takes you, and it's like, can you have at least someone that can be there, like, you know?
It's a massive balance between, you know, as athletes, and if you get into this, you do what it takes, but also as a bodybuilder, we're meant to be quite introspective in terms of analyzing ourselves. We're very, very good at analyzing our bodies. You have to also have a good head on your shoulders to be able to analyze how you feel.
It's like this whole mentality of whatever it takes. You know, you don't want it enough if you're not willing to do what it takes. You've got to think of the bigger picture. You know, the majority of amateurs, they have some sort of income, of some sort of job. Not all of them are self-employed online coaches. And it's that if you're bodybuilding, either the diet phase or PED usage or whatever is impacting your ability to make an income, then perhaps you need to be addressing that, because what's the point of doing this if you can't actually live to survive?
And of course, adding PEDs, again, it's another cost, isn't it? And, you know, when you get into the sport, you don't quite realize sometimes it's like, okay, this is a big financial cost, especially if you climb the ranks, right? Like you did, you know, you start in the world, etc., and what goes into it, for sure. Now, if someone listens to this bit, they've got this far through this long episode, what would your sort of summary of advice to be if someone's looking to use TREN, you know, what we've spoken about to end this episode? What would you guys say?
If you're female, don't.
Yeah, but I want to get big.
You know,
it's not worth your femininity.
And androgen and anabolic ratio is both at 500 compared to 100 of that test. Trust me, you will virilize hard. You will. So definitely not for females. For males that are perhaps considering using TREN or do use TREN and want to consider when they use it, every drug, as Broderick would say, should be goal-driven. You're using a drug for a specific purpose. That, and understand at dosages, how do you feel on the drug? Because I say I do what it takes, but if I'm using 500-600 milligrams of TREN and I feel like shit, I won't be able to achieve my goal anyway. So there is definitely a sweet spot for the individual. And sometimes that sweet spot is not using it at all.
Yeah, for sure. It might only be 50, right?
And if you can't be introspective, listen to the people around you and what they're telling you. And if they're saying, why are you constantly arguing with me? Why are you constantly being moody? Just take a moment and sort of think, oh, is it the anabolic load? Is it the TREN? Is it whatever?
Well, thank you guys. And of course, I'm going to look forward to, we're going to do an episode on stimulants, aren't we? So I'll look forward to that, because you guys, I really do respect you. I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass. I think that you're fucking awesome. You've both got 6
a whole lot to say about stimulants.
Hey, I'm doing really well. I've only just introduced a cup of coffee before my cardio, and on a training day I'll have a pre-workout. I'm doing pretty good so far.
So by the time we do the episode, we will have an update as to how much stims
you'll probably be on about 4 modafinils by then.
Yeah.
Love it. Thank you, guys.
Right. No worries. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you later.
Bye.